Good morning, everybody. We are live finally. Whoops, I'm a little late today. Today's Monday, June 1st, 2026. It is 11:12 a.m. Eastern Time. And do I have a show for you? Excuse pretty much everything today. Y'all have some grace with me. I flew to Louisiana this weekend and I had my alumni picnic for my high school and we were cutting up. I didn't go to sleep last night. I didn't get home and, finally in the bed till after 2 o'clock, which y'all know I go to sleep like 10 o'clock or earlier. And I'm usually up by, 5:30 every single day. But yeah, my voice is scratchy. My eyes are watering from all the different allergens. I'm from Louisiana, if y'all didn't know. I mean, I thought that was pretty obvious. I thought I say that all the time. But oh my God, there was stuff that happened. It's like I can't get a day off to save my life, as Rich Lux used to say. Also, I think I'm dehydrated. My face is all broke out. Excuse everything. Like I said, at least I have this cute shirt. Wearing it again. I don't know if it's autism girl or just maybe this is what normal people do and we are brainwashed, but I like to wear the same things over and over and over. I have my favorite things. I wear them. They get holes in them. I get the holes sewn up. Like I have my favorite stuff. So this one's done made its way into the rotation. Shout out to the Romanian cousins in the chat. But y'all, this weekend, even though I was having fun cutting up and dancing in the picnic, I saw some stuff happening and I really wanted to make a video. I really wanted to make videos, and that is going to be the first topic of the day. Oh God, hold on. I didn't have my nose scratching brush. What butterfly? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say. Okay, so there was one piece of news this weekend I really wanted to make a video about, like when it dropped. And shout out to my brother Tufstino. I don't know if he's gonna. Oh, there he is. He must have got my sister telepathy. Shout out to my brother Tufstino because he is the reason why I personally found out about this. Although shout out also to Street TV because he is the one who put these documents out. But y'all, some of the Aunt Jefe paperwork done came out. Okay, so we're gonna do a little bit of a. I did not. I did not get the butterfly. Thank you to the butterfly person. I'm on StreamYard, so I don't know if I can't see. I guess I can't see it. Oh, it keeps giving you coins to send. Oh, that's so cute. Thank you. Thank you for the butterfly. Also, shout out to Kadisha Lynn. That is the second topic I'm going to be talking about today. So let me just give y'all the roll call of topics we're going to be talking about for sure today. Number one, Aunt Heffy. Okay, number one's going to be Aunt Heffy. I'm going to talk about that first. I've been on the edge of my seat waiting to talk about this topic. I have moved things around on my schedule to talk about this today. I've been waiting for some of this paperwork to come out. Second, and so we're going to go over it. Second topic, I'm going to talk about the Diddy. I'm going to talk about the Diddy tapes. Y'all, I don't know if you heard this or not, but I strongly suggest you do not go and look it up because I saw some things against my will yesterday that I will never be able to erase off my brain unless the good Lord comes in and gives me some type of amnesia, dementia, or something, y'all. Some of the Diddy tapes done leaked, and I'm talking about the FO tapes, okay? I would talk about those first, but for some reason, I just feel like it's going to get this whole video nuked. So I'm going to talk about Aunt Heffy first, then we're going to talk about those Diddy tapes. So Kadisha Lynn, yes, ma'am, I am going to be, shout out to her. She is all over these topics too. Thank you to the person who gave me the butterfly. That's so cool. Y'all let me know if somebody else gives me any y'all let me know if somebody else gives me any of those cute little gifts. I'm on the StreamYard. I don't think the StreamYard is updated to show the little chat gifts yet. Y'all, my brain is not really going. Okay, I'm doing my best. Okay, so then the third topic I want to talk about Jay-Z. He's facing brand new, fresh lace front allegations. Y'all know he basically was like pretty much bald headed, like not bald, like receding, but like, like short, like he would have like very short, like it wasn't even a fade. Like he had like very short hair for a long time. And then all basically of a sudden he shows up with these very long, I mean, like locks, like as long as my hair. I mean, it took me 3 years to grow this hair out, but somehow he miraculously just grew that hair. And so there was this drama where Nicki Minaj had called him, had said, take off that lace front, which is a type of wig. And so everybody, ever since then, people have been making fun of Jay-Z for possibly wearing a wig. Well, then this weekend, he had a picnic of his own, and it did not look as fun as the Port Allen High School alumni picnic. I will say that. But I mean, the Roots picnic, shout out to them or whatever. But I mean, Jay-Z, I just can't get excited. I'm sorry, I just can't. He did what was, I can't even call it a freestyle. They're characterizing this thing as a freestyle. I'm gonna need to see some notes. I'm gonna need to see some proof, because to me it did not sound like Blue Magic Grease. To me, it did not sound like a freestyle. It sounded like a spoken word poetry slam. And I majored in English. Y'all know I went to my fair share of those, and I lived in West Philadelphia. So I was going to the little poetry slams, and it sounded like a spoken word memorized poetry slam. Did not sound freestyle to me. Second of all, look, I'm not an expert, I don't think, but in my understanding, a freestyle requires some music. He was just up there speaking words. I think he had pre-written them, pre-memorized them. And he was basically dragging everybody. He even mentioned Jaguar Wright, girl. I mean, that was the stupidest thing he could have possibly done. Like, that lady isn't about to be doing $1,000 interviews from this side of the internet to the other now. He gave her basically all the credibility that she has been so desperately craving. So, I mean, whatever. Got to give her some kind of props to that, because she got Jay-Z to mention her name on stage. Anyway, when he comes out on stage, he got not locks. It's a fro. And it was, who's calling it a power fro? Poetic Flacco. So we're going to talk about that too. Now, right as I was setting up to come on to this video, onto this live show today, it was definitely poetry, Tufstino said. Okay, and Tufstino is an expert, I will say. I'm not gonna steal his thunder, but y'all, it's gonna be a hot boy summer, okay? For Tufstino. Y'all just wait. Y'all just make sure you're subscribed over there, okay? So yeah, it was like a poetry slam. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I got my heating pad too. We're going to talk a little bit about that, but also the lace front allegations, girl. They out here making the lace front allegations, because somebody said, am I to believe that he combed out the locks? Then people were comparing the length of the locks to the length of the fro. I'm not, again, girl, I'm really not an expert. But yeah, that was interesting. That happened this weekend. And then as I was getting ready, set up to come onto this show today, I realized that in just a few minutes, the Tyler Robinson hearing is going to be taking place. This is the person accused of killing Charlie Kirk, assassinating him. And at first I was like very, 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 very invested into this case and all of that. But I kind of just feel like the whole thing's a big lie at this point, that unpaved over the crime scene. The thing was shaped like a Baphomet star of something or whatever. Girl, I don't know. Now I'm kind of like, but it is going to be something I probably will still follow if they're going to televise the trial. So today, the judge is going to decide whether or not to televise, whether it's going to be, streamed or have cameras in the courtroom. That hearing for that decision starts in about 10 minutes. I'm not going to cover it in real time, but I do want to circle back around and cover that topic too. So long story short, here's the topics that we're going to cover today. Number one, that's going to be the first item on the agenda for sure. Aunt Jefe from No Jumper. Some of his paperwork came out. Number two, Diddy tapes. Some of the FO tapes done leaked, and I had the unfortunate displeasure of seeing some of it against my will. And number three, we're going to talk about Jay-Z and and some of the things that he said in his Slam Poetry Fest, which in my opinion was certainly not a freestyle. And number four, Tyler Robinson, and is that trial going to be public? Okay, so that's what we're doing today. That's what we are going to do today. Since when does the chat do these emojis? It's new, I think. Did I do anything special to make my hair grow? Yeah, I haven't cut it in 3 years, and I don't put any heat on it. I actually used a curling iron on my hair for the first time today in like probably definitely at least 5 years. For the first time. I mean, it's like I done washed it now. This is basically like my natural hair state if I don't put any products in it, and I don't put any, just like I wash it and I shampoo, condition, and I just let it do. This is pretty much the natural hair state. Now, it is a little more wavy, but like as you can see from here down, it's like it's just damaged. So it really don't do nothing. I gotta really work with it if I want it to do anything. But like, yeah, this kind of like wavy if I don't do anything to it. But if I put gel and different pomades or whatever in it, it'll kind of like curl up a little more. But I have to put stuff in it, otherwise it's just like cotton candy. It's like literally the texture of cotton candy. Like if you had your eyes closed and you grabbed it, you wouldn't even feel it. It's like baby hair. My whole head is baby hair. Okay. But yeah, I don't use any heat on it. Maybe I put a blow dryer on it, maybe like once a month or something. Mostly I just let it air dry, and I do not cut my hair at all. So that's what I also have used Vegamore. I used Vegamore for about a year and a half, but I stopped using that. It's kind of expensive. But I will say around this part, I was kind of starting to go bald because I was sleeping with a flannel pillowcase instead of a satin one, which I have also remedied. But you got to sleep with the satin pillowcase, and I do not sleep with a bonnet for the reasons I just said. Like all my hair is baby. It's like it's just too thin and fine. And so when I sleep with a bonnet, I find that it actually pulls. It makes me bald headed. So it kind of goes against the stated purpose. But everybody's hair is different and all that. So that's pretty much what I do. Satin pillowcase. I did use Vegamore. It did fill this hair in. It's just too expensive. So I stopped using it. But my hair does not grow quick. It doesn't grow very fast. It's probably a couple few inches a year. It's not much. Okay, so all that to be said, shout out to the mods in the chat, and shout out to thank you, it's Taz Dave. This is from Romania. It's like a traditional Romanian, I don't know what it's called, shirt. And what else? Shout out to my brother Tufstino in here, and shout out to Kadisha Lynn, who is here for the second topic, which is gonna be the Diddy tapes. Okay, so without further ado. Hello, hi. I wanted to do a little intro because I've been desperate to get on here and talk specifically about this Tufstino. Sorry, excuse me. I'm thinking about Tufstino because I know he's in here. About this Aunt Jefe paperwork. Okay, so it done came out. I heard about it from my cousin brother Tufstino, and I do have it here. All right. So here. Okay, so as y'all can see, all the little, highlights and underlines, that's all me. And we're gonna talk about that. I have some little notes here with the little, my little thoughts as I was going through. Now, shout out to Street TV. As y'all can see, his watermark is on here. He is the one who got this paperwork. Now, I have not watched very much coverage on this. So some of the stuff I'm gonna say, maybe other people have said. I did watch Tufstino's video, and he was live the other day about it. So maybe some other people have already said some of this stuff. I'm going to just go through it as if I haven't watched any other coverage, and as if y'all haven't watched any other coverage of this document as well. And I am going to be approaching this as a kind of like, this is not legal advice, please. If you need legal advice, go get a lawyer. I don't even practice law anymore. Okay. But I did go to law school. I did pass the bar exam. I was a lawyer in New York City. And so I am going to be approaching this a little bit like using the legal education that I got. This is not legal advice. Okay. And I'm not necessarily saying everything I say is going to be right either. This is just an opinion video based on my education and other experience in the world. Okay. So this document is 3 pages long. We scrolled through it already. And what it is a statement of probable cause. So I want to talk about what this document actually is. I haven't, like I said, I saw Tufstino's coverage. I did see a little bit of Street TV's coverage because he's the one who put this out. And I watched a couple other people's videos. I don't want to name drop because I actually don't exactly remember specifically whose I watched on this exact thing. But somebody did, point out that this was a statement of probable cause. But what does that actually mean? Okay, so first of all, I want to talk about what it actually is, because this right here, what we're looking at, is not the only paperwork in the Aunt Jefe case. No, it is not. There's a lot more, but it is very difficult to get your hands on the paperwork for criminal cases in the state of California, unless you basically are in California. Like, you can walk your behind up to the courthouse and get it. Otherwise, it's very hard to get it. They want they want a blood sample. Not really. I mean, I'm being a little bit dramatic, but like, they want like your ID. They want to know all kind of stuff. I think it's unconstitutional personally. These are supposed to be public records, but for that reason, it has been pretty difficult to get our hands as the public on Aunt Jefe's paperwork. He got arrested on May 19th. He went to court, I think, on the 21st, again on the 22nd. And there has been, and I've talked about this a lot, but there has been a lot of basically like beauty shop gossip by these men who claim to be gang members. And I mean, look, shout out to them. You got to do what you got to do. You're born where you're born. You got to do what you got to do to survive. I'm not trying to say like, I'm judging somebody for being in a gang or whatever. I understand that things happen in people's lives when they're very young and they have to, I'm not trying to like judge in that way, but I am kind of trying to judge about the fact that they come on the internet and make it my business when I'm all the way over here in the suburbs of Princeton. Like, can y'all keep that on the 83rd Street and the 44th Street or whatever? Like, why is it the case that 14-year-old Nova was being interviewed about a gang RICO? Okay, this is why, and this is how, one of the ways that I got kind of pulled into this universe, because like little girls are being abused and nobody's helping them from what I could see. Okay, so this thing happened where Aunt Jefe, a guy who said that I was a dumb blonde, check the roots. Actually, I was out in the picnic, so now my roots looks a little red. If I'm in the sun, my hair will get lighter. I said that before, but anyway, listen. Aunt Jefe has beef with me. Me and Aunt Jefe have beefed. Okay. He has made videos, more than one, I think, mentioning me. They mentioned me on the No Jumper podcast. And then imagine my surprise when May 20th or whatever rolls around, he done got arrested for murder. And TMZ is reporting. The roots are the strongest part. Okay. The rest of the hair is cotton candy. Okay. Listen. Imagine my surprise when I had beef with a murderer. Not the first time. And he's innocent until proven guilty too. Okay. But like all of this kind of like gossip starts coming out from like grown men. Okay. In keeping with exactly how Aunt Jefe acts, trying to start beef with me. All these grown men come out and they start saying all kinds of stuff. This is the thing. A lot of it now has turned out to not be true already. It's already been proven false. However, it's kind of the same type of thing as TMZ. Because sometimes TMZ does have the scoop. Somebody with knowledge on the inside done called TMZ, done maybe got paid for it, and they really are telling the truth. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Remember the David and all that whole case? Before the LAPD even ascertained the identity of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, guess who did? TMZ. Somebody called up to TMZ or TMZ called down to somewhere, and they knew before the cops. It was actually reported that TMZ connected the mother of Celeste with the LAPD in the very, very early stages of the David case, the Celeste Rivas Hernandez murder investigation. So these guys, WAC 100, Poetic Flacco, Seti Nash, they come out and they do have ties to like the No Jumper universe. A couple of them have been on the show. Especially Poetic Flacco. He kind of made his internet debut on the show. So it's kind of like we didn't really know which of that information they were putting out was credible and which was just gossip. But from the beginning, I was like, I'm not going to be spreading that. Like, for example, Poetic Flacco had a whole surveillance video of a taco truck homicide from like a few weeks ago that had nothing to do with this case, apparently. And they were trying to pin that on Aunt Jefe. And come to find out, it had nothing to do with that. It was a different homicide, whatever. TMZ, ironically, bringing it full circle, did report on the Aunt Jefe case. Like, imagine you are pretty much unknown at all whatsoever 2 years ago, and now TMZ is reporting on you being connected to a murder. Okay, I mean, it's pretty crazy. TMZ is the one that did the Diddy tape, that had the Diddy tape too. Kadisha Lynn, yes, exactly. Oh, interesting. Meg said, I saw a video the other day where WAC 100 said that he was Flacco's mentor. He said it on No Jumper. I wish I could remember where I saw the clip. That's the thing about that show is they just have so much content coming out at all times. I'm one to talk, but they have so much content coming out at all times. It's hard to remember where and who said what and where and things like that. So I totally get what you're saying. But anyway, okay. So let's talk about what this particular document actually is. This one right here, we're going to read. And it is full of information, and it does kind of, I think, debunk a lot of what these gossiping men have said, and it makes them seem not credible. However, I will be fair. Some of the things that came out in this document kind of indicate, in my opinion, and to me, maybe some of them do have some inside behind backrooms information. And we'll get into that in turn. Okay. So like, for example, just to do a little quick recap of some of the stuff they were saying, they were first saying that, okay, so at very first, you might have forgotten, at very, very first, the No Jumper guys were saying that was so unfair that Aunt Jefe was arrested for first degree murder, or excuse me, not first degree, for felony murder. And the reason it was just so unfair was because felony murder is just an unfair statute, and Aunt Heffy was just the getaway driver. It was also stated or speculated that it was some type of DP gone too far, where pretty much like, I just learned about this, okay? I'm not an expert on this at all. But pretty much like if there's a gang that exists or whatever, and one of the members does something violative of the rules, then some other members of the gang will then pretty much issue a disciplinary action against them, a disciplinary punishment, which is like physical. Like they'll basically beat them up and it'll be like as a punishment. That's a DP. So then it was like, oh, it was a DP gone wrong, but Aunt Heffy wasn't there. He had nothing. I mean, Aunt Heffy wasn't participating. He was just there. He had nothing to do with it. He was just there. Okay, that was something that was said. He didn't really murmur anybody or contribute to murmur. They had also said there was 4 people arrested. We were never able to ascertain the identities of the other 2 people. Only Aunt Heffy and Johnny Gray. So this is just some of the stuff I'm going through. This has been about a 2.5 week long thing. They also tried to pin this on Big U's son's murder on Aunt Heffy, which apparently this had nothing to do with that either. And then the 4 people. Okay, so what is this document right here? All right. So as you may know, Crownless King said, I love your accent. Thank you so much. I'm from Louisiana, but I've lived now all over. I'm on the East Coast now. So it's kind of like a mixture of accents. Being able to flex your voice by how you feel can make it beautiful especially when you sing. Oh girl, I ain't gonna try to sing nothing right now. So this document right here is what's called a probable cause. Well, it's actually a probable cause affidavit is what it is. But as y'all know, the 5th Amendment, the 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 2nd Amendment, we have constitutional protections in the United States of America that prohibit, now, all of this with a grain of salt, because the cops basically do whatever they freaking want to do and then ask permission later. However, the way it's supposed to work is the cops cannot just roll up on you and take your cell phone and search it. They can't just roll up on you and search your car or your house or whatever. Again, y'all, take with a grain of salt because I know they do what they want when they want, but this is how it's supposed to work. This is how it's supposed to work. In order to search especially United States citizens' property or effects, which is like, your purse, your glove box, your car, your house, the cops have to have probable cause. And most of the time they need a search warrant. Like just in general, the rule is they need a search warrant. Okay. So in order to get a search warrant, the cops have to ask a judge. All right. So each item to be searched or seized needs its own search warrant. So you can't get a search warrant for somebody's cell phone or let me do it this way. The cops are not supposed to be allowed to get a search warrant for example, your car, where they need to tow your car or do forensics on your car or something, right? And then that gives them permission to search all the way through your house. Or they can't get a search warrant for your house and then search all the way through, your apartment down the street or your rental property or your Airbnb, whatever the case may be, right? It has to be the search warrant that the cops get have to be specific. And they have to particularly describe the area or the items to be searched or seized. Now, there's also other types of warrants, and that is arrest warrants, right? So in the David case, for example, we're talking about criminal cases in California state court. So as good an example as any is to talk about the David case, or Nick Reiner, same thing, state case in California state court, criminal murder case. Before you can just roll up on somebody and arrest them, you got to have an arrest warrant. And generally, if the cops have enough evidence, they're very easy to get. So in this case, and what we're looking at here, this is a police officer's affidavit, basically a sworn statement that a police officer named Rudy Avilar has submitted in connection with a search warrant. Okay, so finally 24 minutes in. This document, what is it? It is the sworn statement of a police officer in support of trying to get a search warrant. So this, what we're looking at from what I understand, is what was submitted to a judge in order to obtain a search warrant. A search warrant for what? Johnny Gray's cell phone. Okay. So all of this here, and the reason it's being called a probable cause affidavit, a probable cause statement, a statement of probable cause, is in order to get that search warrant, which is what they want or wanted for Johnny Gray's cell phone. The cops had to convince a judge that they had probable cause to search or seize Johnny Gray's cell phone. Now, I will say, I won't bury the lead. I think this is plenty probable cause to get the cell phone. So I would imagine the judge granted this search warrant request. But I do want to say, this statement probably was part of a much larger package, like the request for the search warrant. They needed the judge to give them permission to take Johnny Gray's cell phone. Okay. Now, it appears based on how this has been written, that it was written after he was in custody. So I think they probably already had the phone. And he didn't give permission to search it. That's what I think. And we will get into why I think that as we move through this 3-page affidavit or statement. But that's what we're looking at. We're looking at an officer's sworn statement submitted to presumably a judge or a court in criminal state, California court, trying to get a judge's permission under the United States Constitution to search Johnny Gray's cell phone. Who is Johnny Gray? He is the other guy who's being charged with Aunt Jefe for unaliving this guy, rest in peace, Carl Welch. Okay. This document is full of information. So let's just get right to it without any further ado. He says, I, Detective Rudy Avilar, excuse me, Avilar, we'll go with Avilar, have been a sworn peace officer with the LAPD for 22 years. Okay, this ain't his first rodeo. He said, I'm assigned to the Robbery Homicide Division in the South Bureau section. I guess this is like South LA. He said, I'm responsible for investigating homicides. All right. So one of the requirements for a search warrant to be issued is, like I said, for the area or the item to be searched or seized to be particularly described. But another necessity for proving probable cause to search a private citizen's private belongings is the source of the information. And you see this a lot with anonymous sources. If somebody calls and says, I just saw an unaliving, or I know that, let's do this. I just saw an unaliving probably would be an exigent circumstance. So let me make a new hypothetical. If somebody calls and says, hey, for example, Afro Man is a drug smuggler and he has drugs in his basement, but Afro Man don't even have a basement, for example. If that tip is coming from someone who refuses to identify themselves, I can't tell you who I am and I can't tell you how I know, but he's got drugs in his basement. That's not going to cut it. The person has to say, I've been in the house, I've seen the drugs, I'm his girlfriend, I'm his maid, I'm his wife, I'm his wife's friend, I've been in the house, I know for a fact the bag is this color, right? There has to be some level of specificity, but also the source has to be, I'll just say, pass muster, right? And all of these things are simply theoretical because we know in practice a lot of times this doesn't get followed. However, this section right here, affiance expertise, is pretty much the LAPD attempting to convince the judge, hey, I'm the source. It ain't, crackhead Joe Schmo down the street. It's not a confidential informant who's trying to get out of trouble him or herself, although that oftentimes is how they get this information because it's so specifically described that it's like, all right, that still passes muster. It's kind of a balancing test. Like, who's the source, considering the source, and how specific have they gotten in describing the thing? If they described a gun with a certain color trigger and a certain color cap and a certain color this and a this and an inscription on it, and I saw it at this place, and that's going to be more likely to have the judge go ahead and determine, yeah, we can do a search warrant for that, or an arrest warrant or whatever. So in this section, the cop is basically saying, I've been doing this for freaking 2 decades plus. He said, and I'm a homicide investigator. It's what I do. During my time as a police officer, I've worked various assignments throughout Operations Central Bureau and Operations South Bureau of the Los Angeles Police Department. These assignments include, okay, what assignments has he worked on? Gang enforcement detail, special problems unit, whatever the hell that is, crime suppression, school car, and patrol. I have participated in and completed hundreds of investigations, interviews of suspects, victims, and witnesses involved in crimes against property and persons. But this is right here his main thing. I think this is his main gig. He investigates homicides. That's what he does. For the last 10 years, okay, so he's been an LAPD officer for 22 years. For the past 10 years, he has been assigned to the investigative related assignment. So he's kind of like a detective, including homicide for the past 10 years, gang related investigations, assaults, and violent crime. During these assignments, I have been the primary investigator for hundreds of violent crimes, including homicide, attempted homicide, robbery, kidnapping, extortion, and assault. Okay. So that's him basically saying, Your Honor, this is my expertise. This is where I'm coming from. This is what I have done. This is my job. Moving on to the body of the allegations of the facts. So this is the statement of probable cause where the cops are trying to get permission from the judge to search Johnny Gray's cell phone. On January 31st, this is the day that Carl Welch, the alleged victim, did pass away. On January 31st, this year, 2026, at approximately 22:25 hours, this is 2225 hours. This is like 10:25 p.m. California time. LAPD 77th Area Patrol officers responded to a radio call of an assault in progress. Now, I want to know, did somebody call 911 or did a cop pass by and report it on the radio? Who called? This is a big outstanding question I have here. It just says a radio call. And I think that means like, beep, beep. We have a 10-4 over. Beep, beep, beep. Got it. On the way, en route. Need backup. Like, I think that's a radio call. That's not a 911 call. But maybe the radio call happened because of the 911 call. So we'll have to see as more information starts to come out. I mean, this is the first like real paperwork we've seen from this whole case. So they have a radio call of a so-called, quote, assault in progress at 6916 Southwestern Avenue in the city of Los Angeles. Then, oh yes, 911 call. Okay, thank you. The 911 caller advised that the victim, that's Carl Welch, was being assaulted by multiple suspects in the parking lot. So they got a 911 call, then it dispatched to the radio call that multiple suspects, multiple people were beating up somebody, okay, in a parking lot. Now, let's just for blips and giggles, let me just see where we are on this parking lot, because that's one of the things I have been wondering. So let's take a look at that. No, I'm not covering Carmelo Anthony. Oh, it started today? Interesting. No, I hadn't been covering it. It's a little bit extremely too, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of one of those cases people have already made their minds up on. So I try to kind of stay away from those cases. Okay, so here's the place. This is the supposed parking lot. where it supposedly happened. Okay. Right here. So let's go to the street view. Just take a look here. They got their store right there. I love their store myself. Lavandiera. Isn't that? Wait, Lavanderia. Okay, that's not. I was about to say, isn't that Perez Hilton's last name? Mario Lavandiera, but that it's not spelled like that. Spanish is not my first language, okay? This is the parking lot, supposedly, where the incident occurred. This is where the guy lost his life. He gets beat up. And what a horrible, terrible place to die. They got a cash raffle giveaway. Oh, it's called money laundering in part because you're like cleaning the money, but also, ironically, a lot of times actual coin laundromats are used for that. But anyway, okay, so this is just a Google Maps picture, rather. Got a coin laundry. So it was a laundromat. Now, I'm just wondering, is this one of them kind of like gang related, Rico style laundromats? Like, why would they choose here? And I don't know who it was, if it was like Trap Lord Ross, I don't know who it was, but somebody pointed out all the cameras in this parking lot. Like, is that two of them on one pole? What is this thing? Are these cameras? Or are these some type of sensors for light? Is it just lights? I don't know what that is, but I know that's a camera. That ain't the only one. Look at got two over here. Okay, so just to set the scene, this is supposedly where the incident occurred. All right. 24-hour laundromat. All right. So this is supposedly where the incident occurred. And it's very interesting to me, like a 60 or 100, I don't know how much $1,000 Lexus sitting. I mean, these are nice ass cars in this parking lot. Anyway, so this is apparently allegedly where the incident occurred, in this parking lot at 6916 S Western Avenue. Oh my, what in the? Okay, so this used to be, all right, so it used to be a WIC office right here. That's the thing with Google Maps pictures, is they get taken at different times. So this used to be a mommy market with a baby on it. My God, that's actually terrifying. I'm actually scared of this. Mommy market, and it's got a naked baby with a diaper on. This used to be a WIC office. Shout out to WIC. And then they have the coin laundry still there. See, it's a different day that those pictures were taken. But then when you go in the parking lot, the WIC office is gone, or at least you can still see, the sign there. And then now it's not a mommy baby market. It's a dollar warehouse. But anyway, so this is where it happened. All right. This is where it happened. Okay, let's go back to the statement. Just wanted to set that scene for y'all. Miami, how do they use coin laundry to clean money? It's not like literally washing the money. It's like when, let's say there's like a lot of illicit activities going on, like prostitution, trafficking of people, or drugs, or like cartel, like stuff like that. A lot of times you're not going to use your credit card for stuff like that. People often deal in cash money. But if you're moving large sums of cash and you got to get the money from the bank, then there's serial numbers on the cash. There's ways to track this money. So you need to have a business that operates in cash, or it's often beneficial to have a business that operates in cash, where you're giving a lot of cash back. This is like gambling operations, pizza any restaurant, clothing store, anywhere where you can say, or a lot of times like cash only is kind of like some of these old like Italian pizza places that do cash only. The Sopranos, you've seen this, The Godfather, like they got to clean the money somehow that they got coming in, and they're trying to, and so what you'll do is you'll take the illegal money and you'll have it somehow go through a business that operates in cash. And coin laundry it's harder to do it now, But used to be, a quarter was worth a lot more than today. You could buy more with one quarter or a few, $100 in quarters or whatever. And then you can kind of disperse that money back out. So it's harder to trace. I don't really exactly know the fine grained details because I've never been involved in cash money laundering. But it's always been funny to me that coin laundries or arcades, like, but specifically coin laundries, have been used to launder money because it's a laundry, it's a laundromat, is what I've called them. It makes it kind of legal again. I don't think the US is cash based at all. Actually, I feel like cash is falling out of favor. It's like you can't even use cash anymore a lot of places. So I don't think that's why the US is so cash based. I actually don't find it to be cash based at all. I think it's like they're trying to push us into digital everything. Fingerprint is your new money or something. Anyway, back to this probable cause affidavit. Okay. So that's where it happened, at the laundromat parking lot. So somebody calls the cops, like, there's a guy out here getting beat up by a bunch of people. All right. So the LAPD 77th Area Patrol Unit arrives at the scene and met with the LA Fire Department. All right. Why was the fire department called? Well, usually that's the first responders. The paramedics is the fire department. So usually, I don't know how it works in LA, but they pretty much knew somebody was going to need medical attention. So the fire department, probably paramedics, got there first, and they probably sent a fire truck too. So shout out to my mom. She got a tooth infection or something. She's on antibiotics. So y'all send prayers to my mom. But anyway, so the paramedics or the fire department's already there, and the cops finally show up. And it says the LA City Fire Department had already been there and had located the victim. Officers, so we have the cops and the fire departments there. The police officers were advised by the fire department paramedic that the victim had already been pronounced deceased. Okay, so I'm setting the scene here, right? We're at that laundromat, that raggedy laundromat. What a terrible place to die. Rest in peace, Carl. And the paramedics had already been there and determined that poor Carl was beyond reproach, beyond repair. He couldn't be resuscitated. He was dead. The cops show up. Carl's already dead. They got a dead victim there. Okay. Rest in peace, Carl. Now, he had visible trauma to his face, abrasions, and swelling near his eyes. So the fact that his eyes were swelling to me indicates they had beat his face up like before he died. Usually if somebody's already dead, they're not going to have like a response of like, swelling. Like that's usually like a healing response. Your body's trying to heal itself. So they beat him to death, what it looked like to me, in the head. The officers, the LAPD, they show up. This guy has passed away. Nobody obviously is there on the scene who did it. They had fled. They established now this is a scene, and they secured the area. No eyewitnesses were located at the scene by officers. So no eyewitnesses were just standing around. It's just like poor dead Carl is laying there in this godforsaken parking lot. Homicide detectives were then notified of the crime scene. So now they're like, all right, we got to get the homicide detectives in here. Okay. So then this guy who's writing up the statement, this cop, his name is Detective Avil. What did I say I was going to call him? Avilar. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, y'all. Spanish is not my first language. Okay. I say that like I don't speak Spanish. I can get by I can speak Mexico Spanish. Shout out to Mexican cousins in chat. I actually have like blood related Mexican cousins with my same last name or similar last name. My ancestors actually had sided with Mexico in their war at some point, so they had to change their name or something. But anyway, shout out to the Mexican cousins in the chat. I can speak a little bit. I can get around in Mexico, but I don't really speak Spanish. Okay, so forgive my pronunciation. Detective Avilar, that's who's writing this up, right? He's like, all right, look, this guy, we get a call. Somebody's getting beat up by a bunch of people. By the time we get there, he's dead. He said, me and this other guy, Detective Villarreal or Villa, responded to the crime scene. Okay, so him and some other homicide detective respond to the crime scene. The detectives were briefed by the first responding officers and by Detective Robles, who is of the 77th Area Night Watch. Well, he wasn't watching the night too good because somebody got beat to death right there at the parking lot. But anyway, so they're just kind of giving us the breakdown of like the different cops that are showing up on the scene. This next part is just perverse. One of the detectives, Detective Robles, marked 6 pieces of evidence. Now, the first 5 pieces, okay, makes somewhat sense. But then the last piece, my God, 5 pieces of broken jewelry. So they didn't take his jewelry, and 1 set of veneers. They beat the teeth out the man's mouth. They beat the veneers out the man's mouth, and they didn't say dentures. I think my brother Stino said they didn't say dentures. They said veneers. Shout out to Flojo TV in the chat. Make sure y'all hitting that like. Hit that like. Hit that like. Thank you. Thank you. So 5 pieces of broken jewelry could be, I don't know, anything. Maybe it was like some chains. I guess it could be earrings. To me, it seems like chains, maybe a watch, something that could actually be beat off of somebody. Like if they beat the earrings out his ears, that would be pretty severe. But they look like they beat the teeth out the man's mouth. Detectives processed the crime scene and recovered this evidence. The victim was in the parking lot of 6916 Southwestern Avenue. They beat the clothes off the man. He was shirtless, lying in the supine position. So he had no shirt on. He's laying kind of like on his back, adjacent to the retaining wall. What's the retaining wall? Oh, man. All right. So let me show y'all what I think that means. I still got the map up. I think this is the retaining wall. Oh, God. What a horrendous way to die. My God. He had kids. I'm pretty sure this is the retaining wall. Like they beat him up right here next and left him next to that dumpster. I'm pretty sure that's the retaining wall. Unless, yeah, I mean, what else could it be? This? No, that wouldn't be in the parking lot. Maybe this. I guess these could be retaining walls, but I would call those like gates or something. I think it was over here. I think this is the retaining wall. What's a retaining wall? Let me see. Let me look it up. What is a retaining wall? Oh, it is that short one. It is the short one. Okay, I'm glad I looked it up. What was supposed to be permanent, Stina? Look, retaining wall is a rigid structure designed to hold back soil and restrain it to a slope that it would not naturally keep. Essentially fights gravity. Okay. So see how it's like a short little wall like this, little short wall. So in the context of this parking lot, I'm pretty sure it's like along like one of these walls that you see here. Okay. Could also have possibly been this one. Okay. So that's the retaining wall. These short walls here. Let's go to the other side of the parking lot. So these right here. So somewhere along these walls, this poor man is just dead. Golly, that's terrible. That is terrible. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah. Veneers are supposed to be permanent. They're not supposed to come out. That's not like dentures. They don't come out every night and you brush them. All right. Anyway. So he didn't have no clothes on. He didn't have no shirt on. His jewelry's all broken. His veneers got knocked out his mouth. He had visible facial trauma and appeared as if he had been assaulted. The victim's vehicle, a 2006 Cadillac Escalade, was parked nearby. Okay, so a 20-year-old vehicle. Los Angeles County coroner investigator responded to the crime scene because somebody's dead. She or he examined the victim, removed property from his person, and that included his driver's license in the name of Carl Welch, and he also had a cell phone, I guess, in his pockets. They didn't take that. He was identified by the coroner investigator as Carl Welch with a date of birth of, I don't know if YouTube counts that as like personal identifying information, so I just kept it out. They put his birthday, 1974. It is public information, though. He had visible, here we go, 8 Trey gang tattoos on his body. Okay, now, this is where it starts to be very important who this information is coming from. What did this man say? He spent the last 22 years as LAPD officer, and for the last 10, he's been investigating homicides and gang-related investigations. So he would know, presumably, what an 8 Trey gang tattoo looks like. Now, Trey means 3. Trey means 3. I know this because I'm from Louisiana. They got a bunch of Trey. They got a bunch of Treys in Louisiana. People, when they're named the 3rd, like their dad will be the 2nd and their grandpa will be the 1st. When you're named the 3rd, sometimes you should be called Trey. So 8 Trey means 8-3. I know that. So they must be from like the 83rd Street of somewhere over there in Los Angeles. But they spell it 8 Trey, Trey, in this context. So this man, this victim, this Carl Welch, who's dead, he had gang tattoos. And guess who else always gets looped in and grouped in with the 8 Trey gang? Aunt Jefe. Apparently, he's always, quote, repping his set, meaning he's always bragging about being in this particular specific gang. So now, hold on. The DP gossip starts to look like it perhaps had some validity. That this was an inter-gang, like within the same gang, assault. If it is true that he had 8 Trey gang tattoos and he was in that gang, and or if Aunt Jefe, if it is true that he is in it. I definitely don't know from firsthand. All right, I'm just telling you what I've seen reported. So, this man found dead, no shirt, teeth out his mouth. He had 8 Trey gang tattoos, which specifically is associated with Aunt Jefe. Now, they moved his body from the scene to go to the coroner. Now, this right here, you can see I wrote little questions here because I'm just curious. The next sentence says, your affiant, that's Officer Avilar, was approached, passive voice, was approached by a female who identified herself as the victim's girlfriend. And I said, when? When was he approached? At the police station? Or right there in the parking lot? Where did this victim's, so Carl Welch had a girlfriend, allegedly, according to this affidavit, who went up to the cop. She was apparently distraught. Her name was Rochelle Grigsby. Distraught. She approaches this cop. I'm going to assume it probably was at the scene, but the way it's written, it's very ambiguous. It could have been anywhere, anytime, but I'm going to assume this means there at the scene. She identified herself as the victim's girlfriend, so the guy who passed away. She walks up to this cop. She approaches the cop. She says, hey, I'm Rochelle. I'm his girlfriend. She looks distraught, and she appeared to be under the influence of something, either alcohol, substances, something. She told this detective who's writing the affidavit that a, quote, unidentified female, who's never identified, by the way, in this whole affidavit, had told her that the victim, Carl, was involved in a fight. Okay, this is not a DP. It's a fight. Because like in the DP, from what I understand, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, who has more information. If you want, you don't have to. From what I understand, a DP situation would not be characterized as a fight because the person ain't supposed to fight back. The person who's getting DP'd isn't supposed to fight back. So for someone to have known what went on and to characterize it as a fight is interesting to me, especially considering what we're about to hear coming up. But these are just things, I mean, it might seem like I'm nitpicking, but words have meaning and words get written. This guy's been doing this 22 years. I'm pretty sure he put a lot of these words in here on purpose. So the victim's, just starting at the beginning of this paragraph, the victim's girlfriend, Carl Welch's girlfriend, the dead guy's girlfriend, Rochelle, she approaches the cop, this detective, Avilar, and she says, I heard from so-and-so, unidentified female, we don't know who, he was in a fight. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, he's dead. He obviously got the tar beat out of him. My God. His teeth are on the ground. He ain't got a shirt on. His jewelry is broken. And he's now dead. All right. So no shit, he got in a fight. But anyway, some unidentified female had approached the girlfriend and was like, he got in a fight. And then she approaches the cop and tells him. But the girlfriend, Rochelle Grigsby, apparently did not witness this happening. Although she was distraught and she was apparently on some type of substances, she says she didn't see it happen. She got told. So it's like third-hand information. She stated that she knew Carl, this is the girlfriend. She said, I know my boyfriend, who's now dead, was assaulted by his own gang. But she would not elaborate when questioned further. And can you blame her? Put a 1 in the chat if you don't blame her for not elaborating further to the cops. I don't think I'd feel safe to elaborate to them after what just happened to my boyfriend. You can fight back. Thanks for letting me know. You can fight back. You can fight back. You can fight back. Okay. All right. I thought you couldn't. Okay. All right. So the girlfriend is like, look, I know he got beat up by the 8 Trey gang, but I ain't saying nothing else. Y'all got to figure it out. And the reason I know that is I was told by some unidentified female. Now, for the rest of this affidavit, we never find out who that unidentified female is, which is perhaps could be important, but in this particular case isn't important. Like there's so much evidence. He obviously was beat. Okay. Now, another thing that the gossipers were saying, which does turn out to be true. And I mean, look, Fed 100 isn't doing anything very good for his reputation of being an informant himself at this point. I mean, he knows everything, but he has been wrong. And we're going to point out the things he was wrong about as well. But here we do see some of the gossip actually end up being maybe somewhat correct, because we were told from Spotty Face, who don't look like he ever did a spot in his life, we were told that there was surveillance video of this incident. And according to this probable cause affidavit from this cop, yes, there is. There is surveillance video of this incident. And it tells the whole story, according to this cop. Detectives recovered surveillance video from the crime scene. Surveillance video captured the victim, Carl, arriving at the parking lot about 6:20. Now, what time did he apparently get beat up? It was like 10:30. So he was there for 4 hours. He arrives there first, before anybody else who's relevant to the story so far. Carl gets to the parking lot that we looked at about 6:20 p.m. The first suspect arrives about 40 minutes later. So I have a lot of questions. What happened in that 40 minutes? What was Carl doing? Was he just simply innocently washing his clothes? Was he going over there for a pre-scheduled meeting, a pre-scheduled DP? Was it a DP? You know, I have all these questions. But basically, Carl gets there 6:20, 40 minutes goes by. First suspect shows up 7:00 p.m. Now, still would be over 3 hours before Carl would ultimately be reported dead. More suspects then arrive, and they all begin to congregate with Carl, the victim, for about 10 minutes until the assault occurred at approximately 9:45. So he's getting beat for like an hour. Okay. What is the evidence that they're basing this on? This is based on surveillance video. They got the surveillance video because of the crime scene they walked up on, right? So what time did the call come in? What time did the call come in? 10:25, about 10:30. Somebody called, hey, somebody's getting beat up in the parking lot. 10:30. He got beat up for 45 minutes before anybody called. That is savage. By a group. Y'all, when does it end? When does this violence end? He had children. He's 51 years freaking old. Anyway, so he gets there like 6:20. First suspect gets there at 7:00. And then over the next couple hours, more people show up. 9:45 rolls around. He starts getting beat up. It appeared as if Carl knew some of the suspects. Surveillance video captured him being assaulted by multiple suspects. Okay? How many? Is it 2? That could be multiple. Is it 12? That could be multiple. It doesn't say. That I find interesting. That, I'm reading between the lines, indicates to me that at least at the time this affidavit was written, they're trying to get some people to flip. run it up to the top. They don't say how many suspects. Why not? They have 2 hours, 5 hours, 5 hours of video camera footage. Why don't they just say there were 6 suspects that beat him up? They just said multiple. Why? Why? He was assaulted. So surveillance video captured him being assaulted by multiple suspects in the parking lot. At one point, one suspect, which one? We don't know yet, but we end up finding out. At one point, one suspect, this is pretty bad, repeatedly kicks with his foot, presumably with a shoe, kicks the victim in the head repeatedly. And y'all know he's not doing like a Karate Kid kick. No, the Carl's already on the freaking ground. He's on the ground getting kicked in the head repeatedly. That's terrible. I can't even imagine. I can't imagine it. Video surveillance. Okay, this ain't hearsay. This ain't somebody said. This is on camera. Captured the suspects opening. How many suspects? Which suspects? Who? They don't tell us. Opening and searching his vehicle as he lay unconscious. And they removed unknown property from his vehicle. Okay. Suspects, which ones? We don't know. He's now been kicked in the head, jewelry broke, teeth out his mouth, no shirt. They going through his car now, his Escalade now. And they're removing stuff out of there. That's where you get the robbery. Now, if even one of them had a knife, a gun, a box cutter, it's armed robbery. And that's where you get felony murder. This is not, let me not get ahead of myself. The way you get felony murder is if in the commission of an inherently dangerous felony, which has been characterized as R word, assault, S assault, robbery, specifically armed robbery, arson. Okay. Well, if they immediately went to his car as soon as he's unconscious on the ground, then it looks to me like they were trying to rob him and he happened to die. The other alternative is they killed him on purpose. Either way, that's a murder charge. But who? But who? At one point, wait, hold on. The victim remained on the ground. All suspects. Okay, here's where we were. Okay. He's unconscious, laying on the ground in that godforsaken parking lot. No teeth, no shirt. Jewelry broke. Unconscious, probably dead. And then these lowlife scavengers go into his vehicle and start stealing stuff. Or taking stuff. I don't know if it's stealing. Maybe it was theirs in the beginning, but I'm pretty sure they're going to interpret that as robbery. All suspects were seen fleeing in multiple different vehicles. The victim remained on the ground until he was pronounced deceased at 10:34 p.m. Now, interestingly, they don't tell us what exact time from 9:45 to 10:34, which is about a 50-minute time frame, exactly when this one went to the truck. This one, he's unconscious at this point. We don't really know. But between 9:45 and 10:34, there's this robbery component. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty, obviously. He remained on the ground. He never got up off the ground. He's getting kicked in the head and all this stuff. He never got kicked. He never got back up. Cops get there, paramedics get there rather, and pronounce him dead. The video suggests the suspects, the murderers, knew the victim. So they knew each other. And that makes sense. If he gets there at 6 o'clock or 6:20 and then doesn't start getting beat up till 3 hours later and 3 hours, 25 minutes later, 7, 8, 9:45. And the whole time people are gathering and they're, presumably talking and dapping each other, whatever they're doing. But Aunt Jefe hasn't come up yet. Just wait. Now, detectives then continue on their investigation. They meet with the victim's wife. And as you can see here, I'm like, whoa, hold on. Is this different than the victim's girlfriend? Because we already met a girlfriend, Rochelle Grigsby, who came in and told the cop, who came up, approached the cop and told the cop his gang members beat him up. This girl told me he was in a fight. That was the girlfriend, Rochelle. So is the wife the same as the girlfriend? Again, could also be ambiguous. Anyway, nevertheless, they meet with the wife. At this point, they're meeting with the wife, detectives are, and the wife disclosed that Carl worked at an unlicensed cannabis shop near Florence Avenue and Normandy Avenue. And this immediately reminded me, Aunt Heavy is not the only one arrested. Johnny Gray was arrested as the first suspect. Was it the Big U, Rico? Was it the Brick Baby Loose Cannon? Whose case was it where there was this unlicensed cannabis dispensary and there was a shootout at it? Surely this isn't the same one. Because would that not actually tie this case back in with the Baby Yui situation? I mean, these are the things I've been thinking about. Maybe other people have discussed this, but I'm pretty sure that was like what the Brick Baby, the Big U, you remember how they had to check in and there was like these unlicensed cannabis dispensaries, like the check-ins, and you had to pay the check-in fees and stuff. That came to my mind as soon as I saw unlicensed cannabis dispensary. They robbed it and then gave it back to him for a price. Thank you, Shake. This is ringing a bell. If I wasn't already spent so much time on this case, I would just pull it up, but I have other stuff I want to get to today, so I don't want to get too far off in the weeds, but that's what I thought about when I saw this. So the detectives go meet with the victim's wife. Not sure if this is the same as the girlfriend, Rochelle Grigsby, or someone different, but the wife told them that Carl worked at an unlicensed cannabis shop. So I don't know if that means dispensary or just shop. I don't know. Near Florence Avenue and Normandy Avenue. The owner of the shop told Carl's wife, so it would have been Carl's boss, the dead guy's boss, told the dead guy's wife that Carl would hold on to the rent money and keep it in a bag inside his vehicle. Remember those cash businesses I was talking about? What would you keep in a bag? One check? Would you keep the rent check in a bag? No, you would probably just bring it to the bank to deposit it. But if it's an unlicensed cannabis dispensary, that's federal crime to insert a check for rent for that and knowing it was that into the bank. So cash. Now, I have some questions. The owner of the unlicensed cannabis dispensary said that Carl Welch, the dead guy, would hold on to the rent money in a bag. And what the hell does that freaking mean? You only pay rent once a month, right? So why is he holding on to rent money instead of just collecting it and bringing it to the owner? The owner's name, or the owner goes by the nickname, I guess, Pops, the shop owner. Now, detectives tracked him down, Pops, the owner of the cannabis shop, and he confirmed, yep, Carl worked at my shop, and he would keep the rent money in his vehicle. Why? Why? Well, I don't understand. Why? Why didn't Pops just take the rent? Pops is talking to the cops. Pops and cops. What's going on here? Now, detectives did speak with Pops. He confirmed, yes, Carl, the dead guy, the decedent, the deceased, he worked at that unlicensed cannabis shop, and yes, he would keep rent money in his vehicle. I have no idea why he would do that. That don't make no sense to me. If Pops was the owner of the shop, it's ambiguous to me. Does he own the building or does he own the business or does he own both? And if he owns both, why in the hell wouldn't he just collect the rent money? He would pay rent to himself. So he's giving the rent money to somebody to put in their Escalade to get stuff. That don't make no sense to me. I need somebody to explain to me. Mike said it was loose cannon. This whole paragraph makes very little sense to me from a business perspective, but maybe this is something to do with the laundering of the money, the cleaning of the money, because you can't just take a check. That's why the dispensaries don't take checks or credit card. You got to get the cash, because incorporating or involving the banks would bring it up to a federal crime for wire, and bank fraud or illegal, using the federal wires for illegal activities or whatever. Because federally, weed is still illegal, especially unlicensed. So Pops owned the shop, but maybe not the building. I don't know who holding on to the rent money for what, and who's paying the rent. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, okay, very simply, very basically, if you rent an apartment, you pay your rent to the person who owns the apartment or the company that owns the apartment. If you rent a commercial real estate, let's say you rent a store in the mall, you pay the rent check to the mall. So it's unclear, though, when you have a unlicensed weed shop, who owns the building, who owns the shop? Is it the same person? Is it not? If it's the same person, it's very strange to me that this guy, Pops, would give someone else rent money when it's his shop and his building. So maybe somebody else owns it. If they gave me the address, I'd be in the records and the property records looking at who owns it. But this whole thing about somebody holding on to rent money, this, that, and the other just seems like a way to get old boy Carl set up. Why in the hell is it Pops holding on to his own damn rent money? This don't make no sense to me. Okay. Anyway. Detectives then met with LAPD 77th Area Gang Enforcement Officer Lagunas to review crime scene surveillance video. Okay, so now we're still on the crime scene surveillance video. This gang enforcement officer was familiar with this particular gang, the 8 Tray Gang, and their members. Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisies. This gang enforcement officer, Lagunas, WAC 100 Lagunas. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. Just kidding. Identified one of the suspects from the surveillance video. And this is where you get suspect number 1 finally named. One of the suspects who is captured on video stomping, not kicking, stomping on Carl's head multiple times was identified as Johnny Northface Gray, a documented 8 Tray Gang member. His nickname is Northface. Now, he's innocent until proven guilty. I didn't see this video. I don't think I ever for sure ever saw Johnny Gray in my life. I mean, there is a picture floating around, but I don't know for sure if that's him. And I don't want to be putting just any person's picture out there and be like, oh, this is Johnny Gray. I don't know who's who. Okay. Oh, don't. No pun intended. Okay. Don't come for me. That's a separate RICO connected to the no jumper. Okay. That's the one where they, Adam 2216 Gray Mason shoved a microphone into a 14 or 16 at the time year old girl's face. She's 15 years old at the time. Nova. Are you going to snitch? Are you going to snitch on the who's? No, girl, I rebuke. Anyway. So they start looking at this crime scene footage from the surveillance. Remember, we saw all those cameras in the parking lot. The cops start looking at it and they now pull in the gang enforcement. Okay. And the gang enforcement officer immediately like, oh yeah, I know that. I know who that is. That's 8 Tray gang member Johnny Gray. Now remember, what did we find out earlier in this affidavit? Carl Welch, the victim, had 8 Tray gang tattoos. And also the cops were told this was a 8 Tray crime. The gang enforcement officer was familiar with Johnny Gray from prior encounters and also had observed him at the crime scene parking lot on prior occasions. So this is a place where Johnny Gray had been known by police to hang out. Who owns the laundromat? Who does the 8 Tray have strongholds at this particular parking lot? Because they hanging out there for hours and hours and not getting called the cops on for loitering. I mean, the things are I'm just starting to ask. So he apparently drove a gray sedan and had been at the laundromat parking lot before. Johnny Gray had a 2007 Lexus registered to him that resembled the vehicle seen leaving the crime scene. A registration check of this vehicle and license plate revealed that it was registered to him. Records also revealed that he had been contacted by LAPD on January 9th, 2026, while driving this vehicle. I don't exactly know which records, but I assume they're talking about flock cameras. Like he got a call from the cops, LAPD, on January 9th. And I'm pretty sure he answered the phone, Johnny Gray, Northface, because they probably tracked the phone record cell tower I really don't know. Because in this, like, remember, what is this document we're reading? They're trying to get his phone, a search warrant for his phone. So I don't exactly know. But they're just saying records, they're being kind of vague, revealed that he had taken or had been contacted by the cops on January 9th, LAPD. Now, this was like about 3 weeks or so before the unaliving. And he was driving that vehicle. So they're basically trying to pin that vehicle to Johnny. They're saying it's registered to him. He's known to drive a gray sedan. He's known by the gang enforcement, 77th area gang enforcement officer to frequent that parking lot, to drive a gray sedan. He's on camera leaving in a gray sedan. We traced the license plate. And then they're able to actually pin that car on him in another way later on down the affidavit. Registration check of the vehicle. Okay. So detectives obtained search warrants. Okay. So they already got some search warrants. Okay. So that's another thing too, just so y'all know. Yes, please like the video. Thank you. So that's another thing, just so y'all know. The cops don't have to get all the search warrants at once. And the judge can deny a search warrant. And then later on, you can have more information, or the cops can have more information, and they can get a search warrant that they previously were denied. It's not like, no, you can never ask for this again. So they might have asked for search warrants for his phone before. They might not have. But they did already. Detectives are telling you in here, they already done got some search warrants. For what? Subscriber information from Google, and for a cell phone number linked to Johnny Gray. Now, why do we care about Johnny Gray? He was apparently, allegedly, according to this affidavit, seen stomping the victim in the head. Stomping. Okay. So the detectives got search warrants for subscriber information from Google and for a cell phone number that was linked to Johnny Gray. Suspect 1 so far. Named suspect 1. Detectives found that a phone number associated with him had cellular data at the crime scene. Okay, so his phone pinged at the crime scene, or a cell phone number associated with him pinged at the crime scene. When it happened, they don't say. This is ambiguous. Gotta be careful. Every single word matters. Not at the location and time of the crime scene, just at the crime scene. And that's important too, because remember, we said earlier, just moments ago, he had been observed at that crime scene before. So that's not necessarily saying that he was. Oh no, if you think Jay-Z is cool, you got to go. You got to get out of here. Ew. That man is cringe. Anyway, best guess, Carl was a collector for weed shop owner who owns other properties. Makes sense, Mike. That makes total sense. That could reconcile. That could explain. He probably goes around and collect. He was a trusted guy. And that makes sense too. He's 51, been in, probably a long time. And he was trusted to go and pick up the cash. Okay. So I don't know if this cell phone pinged there at the crime scene or not on the exact day that it happened, but at some point it was at the crime scene. Cell phone record, but that don't mean nothing. I mean, people go to laundromats for innocent reasons too. Like maybe people were washing their clothes, but Johnny Gray, they saying, was stomping the man Carl in the head. Cell phone records also indicate that the same number, this is pretty interesting, traveled to Las Vegas, where the Keefe case is happening, by the way. Traveled to Las Vegas the day after Carl died, in that same car. License plate reader data for 9 URA 877 matching the route taken. Now, the gang enforcement officer who identified Johnny Gray also, here we go, enter the chat, Aunt Jefe. Okay. Woo. The gang enforcement officer who identified Johnny Gray from knowing who he is, being on the camera and all that, also identified 2 other people from the surveillance video of the murder or of the unaliving. I don't know if it's murder or not. Innocent until proven guilty. But the man died after getting beat up. Who else was identified, you may be wondering? Well, the gang enforcement officer identified a person who arrived at approximately 9:33 p.m. Now, remember, when did the assault start happening? Johnny Gray got there. Excuse me. Carl Welch got there at the scene, the victim, at 6:20 p.m. The assault didn't start until 9:45. So like 3.5 hours go by before he starts getting assaulted. Who gets there? 12 minutes before the assault happens. Okay, so hours go by. And then Aunt freaking Jefe shows up 12 minutes later. The assault starts. According to the cops, innocent until proven guilty. The gang enforcement officer identified a person who arrived at 9:33, a few minutes before the assault. It was a male. Identified by the gang enforcement officer as Maurice Shellman, aka Young Aunt Jefe. He arrived in a white Range Rover. Now, this is interesting to me because we've been told by WAC, by Flacco, that Aunt Jefe was at that taco truck murder. We've also learned that this murder has nothing to do with that so far. But wasn't it a white Range Rover they were pointing out? Now, there's millions of white Range Rovers, okay? I'm just starting to wonder. Oh, Sode Freak said they went to Vegas after jacking his cash. You think they just wanted the money? Very interesting. Katie Huff said that actually does make sense because I was thinking a measly little $2,000 or whatever wasn't worth that robbery. Well, it makes sense if it's a DP, like maybe he was holding on to that money. I mean, people kill somebody over a corn chip and a corn chip and a keychain. That people kill over anything these days. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't know. It's just a theory. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, we're talking about Aunt Jefe now. Okay, the gang enforcement officer identifies Maurice Shellman, young Aunt Jefe, who arrives at the scene, according to the surveillance footage, at 9:33 p.m., hours after Carl had been at that laundromat. He arrived in a white Range Rover SUV with no visible plate. That's interesting to me. Everybody else's license plate was visible. Somehow his wasn't. I don't know if he took it all. He took the license plate off or whatever. But here's the thing. Aunt Jefe is a very recognizable figure. Hold on. Let me just see. How many views did that one video, that even just alone, I mean, literally probably dozens of millions of views, and even millions and millions of people have independently, separately laid eyes on this man. But where I had called him out for saying some little girls be fast and grown and thrust theyself into the lifestyle, that video right now has 259,000 views. And then the first Nova video, I think I'll also put Aunt Jefe in there, has 854,000. So if you just add my two videos on BJ Investigates alone, that's 1 million people done laid eyes on Aunt Jefe. Okay, so he's very recognizable. So, sweetheart, sweetie, honey, the license plate being obscured isn't going to help you when you get your behind out of the car to be seen on video. Anyway, maybe he didn't try to obscure the license plate. Anyway, so how did this gang enforcement officer recognize young Aunt Jefe? Well, according to this affidavit, he had prior interactions with him. The gang enforcement officer had prior interactions with young Aunt Jefe. And he knows him to be an 8-tray gang member. So here we go. Another confirmation that, according to the cops, Aunt Jefe is in the 8-tray gang. And so was the victim, according to the tattoos. He goes by Aunt. I thought he went by young Aunt Jefe. But he don't care about nothing but what the checks say. That's what I heard. So how does he become involved in the scene, according to the surveillance cameras, is he appears to intervene in an argument. So now we're finding out that there was an argument taking place at some point. Like at first, I don't think there was an argument, but then at some point an argument starts. And young Aunt Jefe, Uncle Aunt Jefe, oh, he don't look too young to me. He actually intervenes in an argument between who? Between the dead person, rest in peace, Carl, and an unidentified suspect. This is very important. I don't know if other people have noticed this. Yeah, no visible plate on his SUV. However, he is highly identifiable. Interesting that after the victim had been there for so long, the unicorn said, after Carl had been at the laundromat for so long, the happenings started pretty much as soon as Jefe got there. I mean, within 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. He's only like young Aunt Jefe is actually literally my age. He just turned 36. I'm 35. I'll be 36 in September. But anyway, it's just crazy. So Aunt Jefe arrives in the white Range Rover, no visible plate. He's identified by the cop as a trade member. He appears to intervene in an argument between the victim and an unidentified suspect. This suspect never gets identified. Put a pin in that. Remember when I told y'all earlier that I think they're trying to flip some of these people? There's an argument going on with an unidentified suspect. And Aunt Jefe intervenes. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. Like he kind of like is like in charge, like kind of looking like on the surveillance footage. This is before the DP or the assault or what they're calling the fight actually happened. Now, this right here absolutely obliterates and annihilates any previous assertion that Aunt Jefe didn't have nothing to do with. He was just he was just an innocent getaway driver. They're trying to get him for murder. He wasn't even there. He was just in the car. Or he was just standing there. He didn't kill anybody. He didn't even do that. Okay, well that's not what they saying. They checked the surveillance tapes and turns out, he had something to do with it, according to this. It says he is captured on video striking the victim with his hands, open hand, closed hand, I don't know, it doesn't say fists, while Carl was on the ground. Remember, he never got up from the ground. So Johnny Gray's stomping and kicking, or stomping. Somebody was kicking. Maybe it was Johnny. Maybe it was somebody else. But Aunt Jefe is seen on camera after he arrives, not only participating in the assault, but striking the victim with his hands while the victim was on the ground. Probably at some point, maybe unconscious. He returned to his vehicle. Okay, so then Aunt Jefe, he's hitting him. He's hitting the victim, according to the officer. And then he goes back to his Range Rover. Now, when he gets in his Range Rover, he starts talking with another guy, Irvin Theus. Three suspects are identified by name so far. Johnny Northface Gray, Maurice Young Aunt Jefe don't care about nothing but what the checks say, Shellman, who already has federal felony offenses and that he's pled guilty to. And now a third suspect has been identified by name, Irvin Theus. Irvin was also in his car, or somebody's car, a gold Mercedes parked next to Carl, the victim's car. So Carl, remember, he had the 2006 Cadillac Escalade. Parked next to him is this gold Mercedes now. Young Aunt Jefe goes back to his car, the white Range Rover, and then he's talking with Irvin Theus. Irvin is sitting in the driver's seat, so he's driving, I guess, of the gold Mercedes parked next to the Cadillac Escalade. Now, not only was Maurice, don't care about nothing but what the checks say, young Aunt Jefe, Shellman, seen striking the victim, he also is observed pointing toward the victim's vehicle. Remember, the man's on the ground, he never got up. Irvin, okay, so Jefe, so I know there's a lot of names. Aunt Jefe's hitting the guy on the ground, hitting the victim on the ground. He leaves. He goes over to his car, and then he's seen pointing over to the victim's car. The victim's on the ground. Carl, the victim's on the ground. He's pointing over. He's talking to this guy, Irvin Theus, who's in a gold car himself, and he's pointing to the car. So it looks like young Aunt Jefe is directing the robbery, not only participating in the murder, innocent till proven guilty, but also directing the robbery. Look at this. He is observed pointing toward the victim's vehicle. Irvin Theus, the third identified suspect, exits the vehicle, his gold Mercedes, goes to the victim's black Cadillac Escalade, removes what appears to be a black backpack. Maybe that was with the rent money was in there, from the rear back seat. And then he handed that black backpack, he handed it, presumably money, rent money from Pop's illegal dispensary or whatever, to young Aunt Hefe. Girl, I don't want to hear another person talking about he was just the getaway driver. Now, this is probably also why. Remember when WAC 100 somehow has all this information, even though a lot of it has been like actually wrong? Some of it was like really close to the truth, that there were 4 people. Johnny Gray, the stomper, Maurice, young Aunt Hefe, who is the puncher, the hitter. He hits the victim and also appears to direct a robbery to occur. And the third one is Irvin Theus. They don't say Irvin is observed beating up the victim. They only say that about Johnny and young Aunt Hefe. There is this other unidentified suspect, but why in the very 2 sentences later would they say Irvin Theus? I don't think this unidentified suspect is Irvin Theus. And I believe they're trying to flip this person. That's my opinion. I think the cops have not said who this person's name is because they're trying so far to protect him or her. But there was this argument going on. Look, there was an argument going on between a quote unidentified John Doe, we'll say John Doe suspect, and Carl. There was an argument going on between John Doe and Carl. Young Aunt Hefe breaks that argument up. But then at some point, young Aunt Hefe is seen hitting the victim when he's on the ground. Not only that, young Aunt Hefe goes back to his car. He talks with this Irvin Theus. Theus was sitting in a gold Mercedes himself. He wasn't out there beating nobody up. He was in his car. And then young Aunt Hefe points toward the victim's car. And presumably, from what it looks like to me, told Irvin Theus to take that bag of money and bring it over there and give it to young Aunt Hefe. And a few days later, he's sitting there on No Jumper doing this. I wouldn't be surprised, Zariah. Zariah Nicole said, this will be a RICO. And Jefe is going to be named the head of the organization. After all, Jefe means boss in Spanish. Okay, I'm glad you said that because I have a whole entire theory about the feds and a RICO and possible potential federal charges, but that's coming up in a minute or in a few minutes. So the bag of money with the rent in it apparently gets handed off to young Aunt Hefe. From video surveillance, it appears that Theus acted under Aunt Hefe's direction. And guess who already has federal charges? Who's already served federal prison time? It ain't gonna be nothing for the feds to throw something else on him. Young Aunt Hefe. Okay, so Irvin, the guy who is apparently just like acting at young Aunt Hefe's direction, Irvin Theus, was also identified by Officer Lagunas as an 8-tray gang member. This is an inter-gang situation, seems like. This guy, Irvin, is captured on surveillance video interacting with the victim before the homicide. Remember, they had gotten in. Oh, no, that's unidentified. So he was interacting with Carl. So it seems like they knew each other. He left and returned to the scene just before the assault occurred. So he had come earlier. Remember, the victim was there for hours at the laundromat. So Irvin comes over there, gold Mercedes guy. He comes over there and then he, interacts with the victim, Carl, and then he leaves. But right before the actual assault takes place that would ultimately result in Carl losing his life, Irvin shows back up. But they don't say that he is the one who did any punching or hitting. The punching and hitting happened by, quote, multiple assailants. They don't say 2. They don't say 12. They don't say 3. They don't say 6. They just say multiple. It appears that there is one unidentified suspect. And taking all of that together with the fact that WAC 100 said there was 4 total people involved here, maybe it's the 3 that got named and the unidentified one. And who is that? Are they a confidential informant? Are they undercover? Or are they just a regular old gang member that is cooperating? Are they trying to flip? Maybe he could afford a lawyer and that's why they don't have him yet. I don't know. These are just things I'm wondering. Okay. So this guy, he goes into, so young Aunt Hefe imagine I got beef with this guy. This is my op. And he's directing money to get stolen. I mean, this is crazy. Am I scared? No. No, I'm not. Because he's sitting over there in jail. And that's exactly where he's going to sit again if something happens to me. Okay. So the guy that got the money bag out the car, Irvin Theus, he was also identified by the gang enforcement officer as an 8-tray gang member. They're all in the gang together, according to the police. He is captured on surveillance video interacting with the victim before the homicide, leaving and returning to the scene just before the assault occurred. And Carl's vehicle, the victim's vehicle, was processed for forensic and physical evidence pursuant to a search warrant. So that's another search warrant they got. Okay, so there's at least 3 search warrants that they for sure already got. One of them, remember I told y'all they don't have to all come in at the same time, and every single different thing that they want to search has to have its own warrant. So they got one for Carl's vehicle. And they got Irvin Theus's fingerprints from inside the vehicle. So, yeah, they saw it on camera, but also his fingerprints are in there. So he can't say, oh, that wasn't me. Like, oh, your fingerprints are in there. Now, video captured this guy, Irvin Theus, removing several pieces of property. So it wasn't just the backpack that he removed from the vehicle, apparently, according to the cops. He removed a bunch of stuff. Several pieces of property from the vehicle, from Carl's vehicle. Carl's dead on the ground, no teeth. He then fled the area alone in his vehicle. I'm assuming that was the gold Mercedes. So look at this right here. It's another little interesting piece of evidence. I don't know if anybody else drilled down on this yet or, really paid that much attention to it. I know I'm getting kind of nitpicky here today, but the arrest warrants for Jefe, all 3 of them, Johnny Gray, young Aunt Jefe, and Irvin Theus, they got arrest warrants issued against them on April 27th, but there were not any arrests until May 19th. This is like 3 weeks between the time that they had arrest warrants issued out against them. 3 weeks go by before they're finally arrested. Now, this might start to explain some of why Aunt Jefe was acting a little bit sad and despondent in the days leading up to his arrest, because he might have gotten wind that there was an arrest warrant for this situation. On May 19th, all 3 suspects were taken into custody at separate locations within Los Angeles County. Johnny Gray was taken into custody from his girlfriend's house in the city of Inglewood by an who? LAPD FBI fugitive team? Is this going to be a RICO? A federal one? Is this about to also be a federal case? That's what I want to know. They took 3 weeks to execute the arrest warrants. They got arrest warrants on April 27th. They did not arrest them until May 19th. Now, Johnny Gray was taken into custody from his girlfriend's house by a LAPD FBI fugitive team. FBI. His cell phone was recovered by Special Agent Michael Alker during the arrest. Let me see if he's a Fed. Special Agent Michael Alker. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Yeah, he's FBI. Wow. Anyway, okay, so Johnny Gray gets arrested at his girlfriend's house. They don't tell us where young Aunt Jefe got arrested. I wish they did. And his cell phone was recovered as well. The cell phone and a wallet were recovered on a nightstand at Gray's request. So he probably just told him where the cell phone was. They probably said, you can tell us where your cell phone is because we have a search warrant for it or a seizure warrant for it, or we can turn your house upside down. Maybe he said that. He said the cell phone and a wallet were recovered on a nightstand at Gray. Johnny Gray, the suspect number 1 of this murder, he requested that they get the cell phone and the wallet off his nightstand or off his nightstand. Detectives attempted to interview him, but he refused to provide a statement. Not that Johnny Gray needs me to defend him by any means. Not that I want to either, but I would more appropriately categorize this as a declining to interview, because you have every right not to interview with these police. But the way that they're putting is like he refused, like as if he had to do it or something. Like, no, he declined. Y'all couldn't get him to do it. But he did not want to provide a statement, Johnny Gray, and he does not have to. He does not have to. That's his Fifth Amendment right. He was booked for murder. Detectives are requesting to forensically examine. See, are requesting. This is what they want. This is the reason that this document was written, and now we're seeing it. It's a public record. Detectives want to forensically examine the cell phone that they got from Johnny Gray off the nightstand at the time of his arrest by the LAPD FBI fugitive team. Detectives believe there may be information within the device that may provide more insight into the murder of Carl Welch and may also help identify outstanding suspects. So we do not know. We do not know exactly how many people. That's one thing that I found interesting. They didn't really say how many people were there involved in the assault. They said multiple. They didn't say how many people were around who were maybe involved in the robbery or other things. They do mention by name Irvin Theus, but really there's only 3 guys named by name. There's one person who appears to be an unidentified suspect. I want to know who's the unidentified female who knew about this thing and then told the girlfriend. I want to know, is the girlfriend the same as the wife? A corn chip and a keychain. Yeah, they do. Dr. Anna Sky said, I heard there was a video. You could see the cameras in the parking lot where it happened. The video camera stuff that I see, that I've heard of myself, like that I've seen on online is about a taco stand situation that happened in April. Now, when was the taco stand situation? Was it, oh, hold on. When was that? Oh, wait, hold on. I think I might have just cracked the case. Hold on. Taco stand, Los Angeles, April, or was it recent? Let me see. A man was shot and killed after an argument broke out. The shooting took place Sunday. Okay, May. All right, so the arrest warrant had already been. I didn't crack the case. Literally just came to the chat to ask if she said corn chip and a keychain. I was just trying to think of something like frivolous. Like, it's not worth killing somebody over that. You know what I mean? This is aggravating. Meg, great point. They can get involved for Jefe, but not for Nova and girls like her, the FBI. And, I'm holding out hope that maybe there is some type of investigation going on into that. Wait, hold on. Where was... At least I have a diverse list of ops. You are right. Amen. I don't discriminate. Same who arrested D4. Who's D4? I don't know who that is. Now, cousin Nisha. Nisha, they said they found his veneers out his mouth. It's true. No teeth. They took his teeth out. It's sad. You have to hit somebody's real hard if their veneer to fall out. I mean, I don't know. A Laffy Taffy can make them fall out, I heard, but I don't know. I don't have no veneers. Okay. Definitely my new go-to saying. Oh, David Anthony Burke. Right. The FBI task force. Right. Corn chip and a keychain. All right. Hold on. Let me go to, I want to look up Irvin Theus's inmate thing. I'm going to show y'all what I'm doing. Hold on. Last name, Theus. First name, Irvin. That's how you spell it. Hold on. Let me make sure. I forgot. Ervin. Yeah. Okay. Oh my God, young. Oh, wow. Born in 2005. Y'all, we gotta stop. Please. I mean, I'm saying we. I don't do this, but like, come on. Irvin Francis Theus, born in 2005. Now, it looks like they got age 20, age 21. Let's go here. Cars. $1 million bond. He was arrested same day as Aunt Jefe. It don't look like he's even got a case number yet. Oh, he's been released. Wait. How he got $1 million bond, but he's been released? That don't make sense to me. Released per 849 B1 PC. What does that mean? Hold on, let me look that up. Oh. Somebody said he rolled. So I typed in I just like copy pasted what he got. Right. Okay. So here, this says actual release date, May 21st, 2026. So he got arrested on the 19th and they had until the 21st to charge him with something. What was he arrested for? It says $1 million bail. Permanent housing location is empty. Why would the inmate wait, hold on. Usually whenever someone's not an inmate, it don't show up. But they are saying, okay, wait. Release reason 49B1. Let me type that in too. They're not charging him yet. This makes me think it might still go federal though. Okay, so look, this is why I'm saying that. So he was arrested on the 19th. They had till the 21st to arraign him, or they had to let him go by statute. Or at least to bring him before a magistrate. It appears they never brought him before a magistrate. He does not have a case number here for this particular case. The bail is set at $1 million. That is just showing to me, I think they might just automatically just set bail at $1 million on this system here until they actually have charges, because that's what was Aunt Jefe's was that, Johnny Gray's was that, but then once they went to the court and got like arraigned or whatever, their bail shot up, doubled. So here, he was in jail at the 77th Street location, but then they let him go. It says right here, actual release date was the day he should have been arraigned or released, and they released him. It says reason description, released per 849B1 PC, detention only. So I looked up what is 849B1. It refers to a provision in California law allowing police to release an arrested person from custody without taking them before a magistrate or filing formal charges. It's typically used when the arresting agency, that was the LAPD, decides there is, quote, insufficient evidence to move forward with a criminal complaint. So again, they don't say that this Irvin Theus character participated in the beating up. He just like young Aunt Jefe told him to get a backpack. He brought him the backpack. He didn't keep it. He just handed it to him. So maybe they just didn't want to charge him with that. However, they might have not charged him in return for a favor, if you know what I mean. Like information? Yeah, one of them had a warrant or then got put, and then it said they didn't have an arrest warrant, so flipped. Now, there's another thing here. It says release reason 49B1. So reason description is released per 89B1 PC. That's the one I just said. Like they just let them out of custody. They ran out of time. They just let them out. There's insufficient grounds. But then there's this also, this is cited 49B1, often formatted. Oh, it's the same thing. It's a specific disposition code used by law enforcement, particularly in California. That means that an arrested individual was released from custody because there was insufficient grounds to file a criminal complaint. The arrest is deemed a detention. Okay. It legally is treated as a detention rather than a formal arrest. No charges are filed, and then you will have no formal record. Well, the one thing I find interesting here is that he's still showing up on the inmate information center, because there's been times before where I recall searching the inmate information center and the person's name is just completely gone. Yeah, he's telling, Steno said, they're not going to charge him with robbery at least. All he had to do was say, yes, that's Jefe on the video. Weren't his fingerprints apparently allegedly found in the car? Yeah. But is it robbery? I mean, yes, they could. I'll say yes. They absolutely could charge him with attempted murder or conspiracy or whatever. Now, it would be difficult for them to charge him. This is exactly what I've been trying to tell y'all. From a legal perspective, this is not legal advice, but there was a lot of complaining by the gossipers, by the gossiping men, that felony murder is like not fair. I must leave this stuck. Because anybody can be charged with murder even though they don't have nothing to do with the crime. No. You have to, in order to be charged with felony murder, have played a so-called, quote, major participant in the crime. Irvin Theus is not described as being a major participant in the crime. Now, yes, they absolutely could say, oh, he was a major participant in the underlying crime of robbery. But was he? Maybe. He's the one who went in the car. The man's laying on the ground, maybe already dead, and he's grabbing stuff out of his car. It sounded more to me like they declined to pursue the charges because he might be working with the prosecutors or the feds. Right. Okay. Yeah, this would be a good defense. Reborn Furniture said, if I was Irvin, I would be saying I only did it because I saw what they did to that other guy and I was afraid of my life. And he might have been. Like, is that a DP-able worthy action? Saying no to getting something out the car? Is Aunt Heavy pointing and go get out the car? Ugh. Don't include this 20-year-old in your weird shit. Okay. Now I do want to go back because he had two. So I clicked on this second one. There is another one right here where he was 20 when he got booked. So let me see what this is. What happened earlier on his record. This is all public. Okay. So he had another arrest. Now, the first one was not an arrest. It was technically a detention. And also he didn't get charged. He got ordered released. What was it for? It doesn't say. This poor Irvin Theus, look, I hope he gets his stuff together. I hope he gets his life together. And he's very young. He's got his life ahead of him. Let's take a look at Aunt Hefe's. Let's see if anything's changed or been updated there. Now, apparently, allegedly, last time I checked, Aunt Hefe's next court date is going to be on June 5th. Let's just take a check here. Let's do a check-in. I need scanning cars. Okay. Girl. Okay. Still, his bail is at $2,050,000. And I think that means he got to come up with like $200,000. Next court case is going to be, still June 5th. That's going to be Friday. Probably a bail hearing if I had to guess. We can take a look and see if anything's updated there. So this is how you do that. You copy the case number here and we'll go to the case access. Okay, still the same 3 charges. They haven't added anything. I'm gonna go look on Pacer and see. I'm just gonna see if the feds have filed anything. Why not? Party. So same three: murder, one or more serious violent felony convictions, and a serious felony prior. But these are all as to the murder charge. Parties. Nobody knew here. His lawyer is Carlos Jesus Beto, and it's a public defender. 2 proceedings have happened. Now, I have officially ordered and paid for the transcript for this second hearing, and I'm in the process of still trying to, I did try to do it at the same time, but I don't know if the same court reporter was there both days. He had two appearances. One was on the 21st of May, this last month, and one was on the 22nd. I ordered the transcript from this hearing. I don't think it was very long. Paid for it. It should be coming in the next 10 days. Could be today, could be in 10 days. But he has another proceeding coming up according to the booking information, the inmate information. He has another hearing coming up on the 5th of June. That's going to be Friday. If I had to guess, it's going to be a bail hearing. I don't know if he actually did plead not guilty yet, or if his lawyer just did a continuance. We'll have more information once we get the transcript. In the 21st, remained in custody, sentencing, no sentencing information, events, register of action. So again, same 2 things. Okay, I want to go to Pacer. I just want to look and see if there's a federal case. I doubt there will be, but since we're here and doing it, might as well, I think. Put 2 in the chat if you think might as well. Okay. Now, he does have a previous prior federal case, or maybe more than one, at least one. Oh. Yeah, it was this Washington one, but then it got transferred to California. Now, this is interesting because he also was listed in a Nevada district court case. And where is it that Johnny Gray apparently allegedly traveled to the day after the homicide, according to the police affidavit, is Vegas, which is in Nevada. So nothing here on Jefe yet. Let me do like a just regular Google search for him. I can't believe Afro Man. Yeah, looks like nothing else. Okay, well, let's see. So yeah, I wanted to go through, some of the things. I think I already did actually, like the stuff that they were saying. This had something to do with that taco truck incident. Turns out no, probably not. DP gone too far? It does appear that it has been confirmed, at least by the cops, that these were all 8 Trey members. So maybe it was something to do with the DP. The big U stuff, the only possible like connection that I've seen from a legal documents perspective is like unlicensed cannabis dispensary could be possibly involved, but I mean, they might have 1,000 of them in LA. That hasn't been confirmed. The 4 arrests, well, technically, there's only been 2 arrests. So, WAC 100 and them, they were saying it's been 4 arrests. A third person was picked up and detained, but was not charged. And that would be Irvin Theas, who is a child. I mean, an adult, grown adult, legally an adult for sure, 21 years old, but just turned 21 3 months ago. I mean, that person also was not alleged by the cops to have actually participated in the physical aspect. So perhaps because of these new laws that have been passed by the legislature, they didn't even want to have to overcome the burden or the hurdle of like the major participant aspect. It also probably would be very easy for him to defend by saying, I didn't want to get beat to death either, so I just went and got the bag out the car. I was under duress. Maybe he flipped, maybe he rolled, maybe he told, maybe he snitched, whatever y'all want to call it. Could be, I don't know. I wasn't there. But that only would answer for 3 people. WAC 100 kept saying 4. So is it this 4th identified fourth unidentified suspect they really unidentified, or is it that they do have a fourth suspect and that person's being cooperative, or maybe they didn't want to put his name out yet or her name out yet? I don't know. But it does appear like that person was still under the direction and control of Maurice. Don't care about nothing but what the checks say, Aunt Heffy Shellman, because that person was in some type of altercation with Carl, the victim, before he died, or an argument or something like a disagreement, and Aunt Heffy broke them up. So sounds like Aunt Heffy was like the big bro or whatever of that situation too, and telling them, to stop doing that. What's interesting to me, Aunt Heffy's 35. The guy that died is 51 years old. And it seems like he was in a pretty trusted position by being, tasked with picking up rent money, collecting it. So I don't know how or why young Aunt don't care about nothing but what the checks say Heffy would be tasked with administering a DP on a 51-year-old. I don't know. I have no idea. So I guess that's pretty much everything I had on the Aunt Heffy topic. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about today. On that one. Now, I want to get to the Diddy tape. But real quick, I want to check in on, no pun intended, on Tyler Robinson and see if it's going to be okay, live. Let's see. This hearing's going on. It started 2 hours ago or so. So, hold on. Let me deny all these cookies. Okay. Tyler Robinson wants another delay for Supreme Court to hear the cameras in court issue. Okay. Oh man. Well, okay, look. If this goes up to the Supreme Court, I got bad news for you. The Supreme Court does not want cameras in the courtroom. They don't want cameras in their own courtroom. So they have a conflict of interest. They're not going to rule for cameras to be in this court. That's my opinion. 50 Cent is mad about it. I know. We're going to get to the Diddy one. I just want to do a quick catch up on this Tyler Robinson thing. The judge in the Tyler Robinson capital murder case is expected to announce his decision today about whether portions of his upcoming preliminary hearing should be closed to the public. But as 4th District Judge Tony Graff prepares to make his ruling, Tyler Robinson and his defense team are asking for yet another delay, that all legal proceedings in the case, including the preliminary hearing, be put on hold. The preliminary hearing hasn't even happened. Then that freaking shooting happened in October. It's June. My God. But Tyler Robinson wants it to be put on hold while they make an appeal, him and his lawyers appeal to the Utah Supreme Court. Okay, so not the Supreme Court, the Utah Supreme Court, over the judge's earlier decision to allow cameras in the courtroom. Okay, all right. So where we are now is the judge already said, yes, cameras can be there for the preliminary hearing. And so there were going to be cameras in the hearing. But Tyler Robinson's lawyers made this seemingly last minute appeal to the judge, like, hey, wait, can we just put everything on hold until we can appeal you, Your Honor? Because we want to go above your head real quick and make sure your bosses agree with you. And we don't want cameras in the courtroom. Robinson is accused of unaliving Charlie Kirk. He's charged with capital murder. On May 19th, the judge heard May 19th, so like a few weeks ago, actually the day that Aunt Heffy was arrested. Womp womp. The judge heard arguments in court on 2 issues. Number 1, whether a full evidentiary hearing should be held to determine whether the Utah County's attorney's office should be held in contempt of court. So number 1 issue was the Utah authorities maybe didn't disclose a certain connection to the case. And from what I remember, Tyler Robinson's side thought that they should be held in contempt of court. But the number 2 issue was whether portions of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, which is currently scheduled for July 6th through 10th. Oh, I wanted to cover that. That's next month. Should be closed to the public. So they wanted some evidentiary items sealed. They wanted to close off some portions of the preliminary hearing to the public. It's going to be like 4 days long. The judge is expected to announce his decision today. Another hearing is also scheduled for June 12th to argue the issue of hearsay evidence from the cops. Utah has allowed prosecutors to introduce reliable hearsay evidence, blah, blah, blah. I'm talking about the cameras right now. That's what I'm trying to get to. Okay. Meanwhile, Tyler Robinson and his lawyers are asking the judge to put all proceedings on hold. All of them. evidence hearing, hearsay hearing, preliminary, everything. Just put it all on hold until we can get the higher court, the Utah Appeals Court, to revisit the issue of cameras and microphones in the courtroom. Tyler Robinson had filed his motion requesting television cameras be kept out of the courtroom during his legal proceedings, all of them. He wanted no cameras at all whatsoever. There was a hearing on the issue 2 months ago-ish, April, and the judge denied his request about a month ago, May 8th. However, this past Friday, Robinson notified the court he is going to appeal the judge's decision. And that's always kind of risky to do because at the end of the day, judges are people. And if you're already, appealing something as pretty much meaningless to your case as cameras in the courtroom, like this isn't something like a huge piece of evidence, a smoking gun, a manifesto, a bullet fragment, something like this is just like, are there going to be cameras or not? Just some sideshow issue, in my opinion. The judge might not take kindly to, judges have egos, and judge might not take kindly to being appealed this early on in the case. I think it can always be a little risky. You hope it isn't. You hope a judge doesn't hold that against you. You have the right to do it as a defendant, but Mr. Robinson asks the Utah Supreme Court to grant interlocutory review for 3 reasons. Okay. During the April 17th hearing, the judge limited both sides to 2 hours per side to present evidence, including calling witnesses and cross-examination. And that's not for the full trial. That's just for the preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is where, from what I understand, each state, I guess, has slightly different definitions, but a preliminary hearing is pretty much like in a criminal case. David's is pending right now as well. They were supposed to have it within 10 days. And then Blair Burke was like, oh no, Your Honor, we need more time. We didn't know about all these terabytes of evidence. So a preliminary hearing is where a judge basically has like a little miniature trial, looks at some evidence, hears from some key witnesses, and determines, is this person rightfully even being charged here? Is there probable cause to move forward here? I'm seeing people suggest other YouTubers, other journalists. I'm not a journalist, but people are, we're suggesting YouTubes. I don't know, other YouTuber. If I don't know a YouTuber, I'm not going to suggest like, oh, go to that person's channel. But yeah, y'all please do look up other, people's coverage. I'm just reading. Articles. Okay, look at this. A key hearing for the man accused of killing Charlie Kirk will be public. Utah judge has declined a request from the man accused of Charlie Kirk to restrict access to parts of his hearing. Now, this was updated today at 12:36 p.m., so less than an hour ago. Provo, Utah, that place is infested. I'll say that. Reporters and the public will be allowed to attend an upcoming hearing. Okay, so here's your update before we get to the Diddy tapes. The judge ruled reporters and the public will be allowed to attend the preliminary hearing that's coming up next month, July 6th through 10th. Tyler Robinson's defense had asked the judge to close portions of the hearing, the preliminary hearing. It's not the full trial, but it is kind of like a mini trial. And it's going to be next month, July 6th. So you have to count the day it's on too. So the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, the 10th. So it's going to be a week long as far as court is concerned, 5 days. When prosecutors must show that they have enough evidence to warrant moving forward to a trial, it will mark the most significant presentation of evidence to date in a case that has so far focused on matters of media access. So far, pretty much most of the case has been about media access, media coverage, affecting the jury, influencing the jury. And that's what Tyler Robinson's major argument is, from what I remember, is that it's going to taint the jury pool. His lawyers tried to guard against media coverage. They say sometimes misrepresents their client, and as his case has drawn tremendous public attention. The 23-year-old is charged with aggravated murder in the September 10th assassination. Prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty if Robinson is convicted. Prosecutors argued that the preliminary hearing should remain open to the public. They agreed with the defense, though, that the media should be restricted from viewing or copying some exhibits that might be used in a future trial. They plan to introduce forensic analyses, surveillance video, recordings of witness statements. So this is the stuff you can expect to see in that Tyler Robinson case, autopsy findings, and alleged messages from Robinson admitting to the crime. Authorities have said that DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the trigger of the rifle used to unalive Charlie Kirk. The fired cartridge casing also had his DNA, 2 unfired cartridges, and also a towel that was used to wrap the rifle. Prosecutors also said Robinson left a note for his romantic partner that read, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." Now, this appears to... Okay, here's the New York Times. Let's read this New York Times article. It did just come out less than an hour ago. I want to read this New York Times article that just came out, like I said, less than an hour ago, as you can see, 31 minutes ago, on Tyler Robinson, and then we're going to move to the Diddy. The leaked Diddy freak-off tape, girl, because, oh my God, my retinas are never going to recover. Oh, Lord child. Okay. Judge rejects, this is the New York Times, judge rejects defense's bid to close Charlie Kirk hearings. A Utah judge, Tony Graff, just ruled against the defense's effort to bar the public from a preliminary hearing, but did restrict access to some evidence. There's the judge. The judge overseeing the trial of the man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk rejected on Monday, that's today, an effort by the defense to restrict the public from a hearing that would lay out much of the evidence in the case. It was the latest attempt by lawyers for the defendant, Tyler Robinson, to limit public access to one of the country's most highly scrutinized murder cases. Tyler Robinson, who's now 23 years old, is accused of fatally unaliving Charlie Kirk. At a speaking event last September in Utah, the prosecutors are seeking the death penalty, and Tyler Robinson hasn't even entered guilty or not guilty yet. This happened in October. Or September. This happened in September. It's now June. He hasn't even pled not guilty yet. Usually it happens within days. At least months. I mean, it's been so many months. Tyler Robinson's defense has sought to close other hearings in the Utah trial. They have sought to keep motions and evidence under seal and restrict news coverage of the case. They even try to get the news not to report on it. My God. They argued that the intense media attention will lead to negative publicity, and that's going to prejudice potential jurors and deny Tyler Robinson his right to a fair trial. That was the argument, at least. His lawyers asked the judge in the case to close portions of the preliminary hearing scheduled for next month, July 2020. The hearing is expected to unfold like a mini trial, like I've been saying, with the prosecution presenting evidence against Tyler Robinson to show the judge there is probable cause to move forward to a real trial. This will not be for a jury. This will just be for the judge. On Monday, that's today, the judge said Tyler's lawyers failed to demonstrate that their concerns about negative publicity outweighed the public's right to an open judicial process. They have been arguing about this for a long time, months and months. The judge also pointed out that law enforcement officials had already publicly released reams of information about Tyler and the killing, and that the defense would be able to ask potential jurors about their exposure to news coverage once the case goes to trial. So there's remedies here. The authorities have released surveillance images of Tyler captured near the scene of the shooting, a timeline of his travels back and forth, a summary of text messages. So the judge is like, hold on. What's good for the goose? No, I did not watch all of it. Oh, girl. First of all, it's boring. I couldn't sit there for 40 minutes watching all of it, but I did come across the full 40-minute long ordeal. Yes, I did. But let's finish this up. I'm about to get into the Diddy stuff. Just give me another couple. Let me just land this Tyler Robinson plane and we getting right to Diddy, okay? Just another few minutes, probably 5 max. The judge is saying, wait a second, Tyler Robinson and team. There's been all this stuff already released from the cops. For example, surveillance images, a timeline of travels, summary of text messages in which Robinson apparently confesses to his roommate / romantic partner saying he unalived Charlie Kirk because he, quote, had enough of his hatred. Some 8 months later, Tyler Robinson hasn't even pled guilty or not guilty yet. It's unclear when the case is going to actually go to trial, but this week the defense asked the court to stop the proceedings altogether while it appealed the judge's ruling that allowed news cameras in the courtroom. The New York Times and several other media organizations opposed. So the New York Times actually filed in this case opposing Tyler Robinson's lawyers' request to keep stuff private. New York Times like, hell no, we want to see it. This is public information. What are you talking about? So the New York Times and several other media organizations have opposed the defense's effort to ban news cameras, saying that the public and the media have a right to transparency. That is true. News cameras are generally allowed in Utah courtrooms. That's an important point. So it looks like the judge is allowing this thing to move forward on the Tyler Robinson case. I'm just going to update my calendar in here, make sure I don't miss it. 6th through 10th. We're going to be watching that one that week, y'all. That week is going to be blocked off. Aunt Jefe's next court day. Oh, no, I need July. Hold on. Where'd that go? Oh, not June, July. All right. Now we're getting to Diddy. I told y'all it wouldn't be long. Okay. Now, don't please. Okay. I need to put up, where's Kanisha Lynn? Where's she at? Tap back in at the perfect time. Yes, you knew. You're connected to the cousin sister mothership. Okay. Let me just type up a disclaimer. Please do not tell people where or how to find this. Okay. First of all, I just want to let y'all know the timing of this is very interesting to me. Why is this coming out now? Diddy ain't even in the news. Diddy ain't even in the news right now. Why is this coming out now? Okay, that's what I want to know. The timing is very suspicious to me. And this is going to require a slight lead up here, but less than a month ago, okay? Last month, May, please, not the same exact day Aunt Jefe got arrested. Everything happened. Oh boy. 50 Cent baby mama put a sale on her OF now. I bet she did. I mean, look, to be honest, as far as that profession goes, she looks pretty decent in the video as far as that profession goes. Look at what happened in May 19th, the same day Aunt Jefe was arrested. President Trump signs the Take It Down Act into law. May 19th, President Trump signed the Take It Down Act, a key initiative of Melania Trump and a landmark step in the fight to protect victims of digital exploitation. Now, it could also be that the Epstein elite don't want their tapes shared. It could also be that the Epstein elite and the Diddy elite don't want the tapes that got raided out of Diddy's house shared. Okay, could be. The Take It Down Act is a historic win for victims of revenge porn and deep fake image abuse. Predators who weaponize new technology to post this exploitative filth will now rightfully face criminal consequences. Federal crime to share pornography, whether deepfake or not. Hello? That's why I have this disclaimer up and it's going to stay up. I do not know if this, what I'm going to talk about, is real. I truly do not know. I cannot validate or verify it. What I do know is I already watched, Amanda Ungaro is quaking. I already watched a whole trial take place wherein a blogger, that's what they called her, Milagro Cooper, was sued under the same type of law that was first passed in Florida by Megan Thee Stallion. And she lost that lawsuit. She lost. Now, it was not a crime. It was not a crime. It was not a crime. It was a civil statute at the time, civil. Kadisha Lynn said, that is true. People were begging me on TikTok to share it. And I was like, y'all know it's criminal. And Diddy is about to sue the F out of whoever did this. She made a statement before it came out too. Okay, where's the statement? So first of all, I don't know if it's AI. I don't know if this is real. I don't know if it's AI or not. I will say, from my opinion, and that's why I said, do not tell people where to find this. Do not tell people how to find this. I would actually advise y'all not to try to look for it. But I will say, I came across a clip of it without looking for it. It came across a regular social media timeline I was on. I ain't about to tell y'all to go look at my likes. Woo, girl, not it. Not it. I will never be sharing that type of information. That type of content. Now, what I can do is comment on it. And I can say, I don't know if it's real. If it is real, I don't know who put it out and why. I find it to be incredibly convenient timing with the passage of the Take It Down Act. And we already know Diddy and his lawyers and them want to make it seem like he's some type of victim. Now, I say this because the biggest headline out of this whole Diddy freak off tape leaking, and I'm going to say my opinion on it too. I just needed to get this little part out of the way first. The biggest headline has been that Diddy got a micro, you know what? Okay. And maybe he does, maybe he don't. I'm going to tell y'all, I didn't look close enough. I didn't pause. I didn't zoom in close enough to be able to tell. But what I can say is, compared to that man that they had in the video that wasn't Diddy, pretty much anything's going to look like a micro. Okay, please don't get into any details. Sly. I'm traumatized from having seen it. Anything's going to look like a micro. I mean, that man's a freak of nature. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I'm just, from what I saw against my will, unbeknownst to me, on autoplay on a social media website. Okay, so somebody is saying it was lit. Okay, this is the tape she talked about in the trial. The S worker, Sly, had it on his phone and sold it to a tabloid, which, if you go back, it was TMZ, but they didn't realize it because it was revenge porn. I'm telling y'all, probably like y'all could probably get away with sharing it, but like Kadisha Lynn, Tufstino, first of all, I don't want to share that type of stuff. I don't like it. I don't want to share that. That's nasty. But I also don't want anybody to get in trouble, because this to me looks like a big old trap. It looks like a big old trap. It looks like a big old trap. I already watched this happen in the civil case with Meg Thee Stallion and Milagro last year. They could call anything revenge porn. So let me see if I could find her statement. Don't share it. Don't share it. Thank you, Kadisha Lynn. I'm leaving my little disclaimer up right here, but yes, don't share it. I do not know if this is real. It could be AI. Please do not tell people where or how to find this. It could be a federal crime. You could go to federal prison for sharing it, from my reading of the statute. Okay. Don't share it. My purpose of making this video is not to share it. My purpose is to comment on my opinion on what I saw with my own eyes. I'm not even going to describe it too much because it was pretty traumatizing. And also, I don't want to get in trouble, and I don't want anybody to get in trouble. I don't want to further traumatize somebody who, claims and purports to be a victim of crimes. That's not the purpose. This purpose of me talking about this is to provide my opinion and commentary on matters of public concern that has now made headlines, and to also make people aware and provide a warning, which it is not legal advice, but it's just my understanding of this brand new executive order statute thing that's now been signed into law. I don't know. Maybe it's not an executive order. Maybe it's a real statute. I am not trying to make fun of nobody. From what truly, I gotta be honest, from what I viewed with my own eyes in the video, I probably watched it. So this 40-minute long thing, I probably watched a total of about 4 total minutes of the whole thing. Like, click around. And then I was just like, this is too much. I get the gist. But from what I saw with my eyes, it appeared to be real. It appeared to be real. It appeared to depict a woman who apparently is 50 Cent's ex and mother of 50 Cent's child, and also someone who claims and purports to be a victim of Diddy's, was doing a freak off. It's a freak off tape. It appears to be real to me. Could be fake. Read the disclaimer right there. It also, I have to be honest, there were many, 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 many tapes that were shown in evidence. But from what I saw in the video, the little few, very, very small, few seconds here, few seconds there, 1 minute here, 2 minutes there of the whole thing that has been leaked, it appeared to me, and I believe it would be reasonable for someone in the room to believe it was consensual in that one video, in the few clips I saw. I'll say that. Could there have been other freak offs where, could there be parts of the video I didn't see? Absolutely. Where it looked like, some force was taking place, maybe, but it's just not the type of content that I can really sit there and forensically analyze. I can't. There's definitely Diddy's or someone's off camera saying some stuff at some points, like put the pillow over here or something or whatever. Telling them where to put the pillow, telling them what to do, this, that. The little dirty talk is just so cringe. I just can't deal with it. It's just too much for me. So I'm not an expert on the tape. Go to somebody else. You want to get somebody expert on the tape. But the timing to me is too closely aligned with this Take It Down Act getting signed. Predators who weaponize this technology to post this exploitative filth will now rightfully face criminal consequences, and big tech will no longer be allowed to turn a blind eye to this vile material. This day stands as a powerful testament to the bravery and dedication of these women, whose relentless advocacy. Okay, big news. Take It Down Act was signed into law by the president, protects victims of online abuse, and sets some rules of the road for social media and AI. This person, this woman in the video, she apparently has published a statement. But statutorily, it has been argued, I think, persuasively, in my opinion, that she is already a victim of a federal crime. Already a victim. Okay. So this would be the perfect test case to go after somebody. Did the video come out before or after the law? Great question, Tracy. After. The law was already in place. The video just got leaked this weekend. The law came into place in May. It got signed into law. And look, this is the whitehouse.gov. The whitehouse.gov released a statement May 19th. Victims of online abuse. So it's not that she's even going to have to prove she's a victim of a federal crime. This is a perfect test case. It's feeling to me, I'm getting the head tingle, like the Florida state law was a test case for this federal law, and now they got the federal one as a crime. Federal crime. I would hate to see somebody who don't know about this Take It Down Act be convicted of a federal crime for reposting something that's already public. Now, me, in my opinion, I believe years down the road, this law is going to be narrowed down. I believe it's unconstitutional. That's my opinion. Now, do I believe they're coming from a good place? No, I don't. I think they're trying to protect the Epstein class. That's what I really believe. I don't think that they did this because they want to help any victims. I really don't. But we already saw in the civil context where Milagro didn't really share that. I guess technically she did. She was found to have by a jury, but very, very loose how it was applied. The person who made the supposed deep fake AI corn video of Megan Thee Stallion, which I still to this day have never seen and don't want to, they didn't get prosecuted. They didn't get sued. Milagro got sued, and somebody was in her chat basically poking and prodding her, encouraging her to share it. Did you see the video, Meg? Did you see the video, Meg? Oh, Kadisha Lynn, on top of that, I feel it in my soul. Diddy needs some money back, and he's about to get it. I was like, oh my God. Did 50 Cent share the video? Do y'all see what I'm saying? Kadisha Lynn said there was a screenshot of it put out by DJ Vlad when interviewing Sly, but the whole video did just release. Tracy said, yeah, this is definitely a setup. Did he just put out a lawsuit against the industry and politicians? It's in the dockets? No way. Give me a case number, Jaral. Did he sued? He blurred the screenshots of it in the Milagro case, y'all. And I think I don't think it was right. I don't think this is constitutional. Now, do I share this type of content? No. I believe I was one of the first test cases for this situation because I was sent deepfake, what I believe to be deepfake corn of a person who I had beef with. I'll just tell y'all it was Lima. I don't believe it was real. I don't believe it was real. And someone sent me it. They sent me, either a link to it or a way to find it and pictures. And it looked fake. It didn't look real. It did not appear real. This was years ago now. I think it might have been in 2023. I didn't share it with y'all. And right now, today, years later, is the first time I'm even saying the person who the pornography was of. And I am telling y'all, I'm pretty sure it was fake. It didn't look real. It looked weird. And even if it looked real to me, I especially wouldn't have shared it. I'm just not the audience for it. I just don't like that type of content. I don't really even feel that comfortable talking about it. I don't seek it out. I don't want to look at it. And even if she did make it like she might have not made it voluntarily. She didn't. I don't believe it's real. I do not believe it's real. I think it's fake. And I think somebody, I might even say it was her. I feel like someone was setting me up to try to sue me for sharing deep fake of her. And I never would do that. I never will in the future. That's why I have this disclaimer right here, which I really mean. If someone else does look it up and share it as a result of my video, I will testify against you. I do not condone it. I renounce, denounce, whatever you want to call it. Now, a while later, I went back to try to find that video to see if it still was up. The deep fake that I got sent, I believe it was a deep fake. It's not there anymore. It's gone. So I could go into more details, but this was years ago, and I believe I was being set up. And so when I saw this happen with Milagro in the civil courts in Florida, I felt like it was the same playbook. Like people were prodding her to share it. And she said, I'm not gonna share it, but if you're just dying to see it, go look at my likes on Twitter, because she had liked it. Now, I don't think that is constitutional, that you could be basically considered to be committing like a SUL offense against somebody for simply liking a video that someone else made and made public. Then looking at it in the context of like the Kim Kardashian Ray J thing, that's kind of like there's lawsuit going on right now about that. Like everybody kind of like has heard at this point the rumor that Ray J and Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner all signed contracts and deals to release their S tape. But when it first came out, years and years and years ago, it was under the context of, oh, it was leaked. Kim is a victim. Maybe she was. I don't know. I wasn't there. But it's kind of now been put out like, she knew it was coming out and she agreed to it. You can make your own mind up. You can make your own mind up on which of that is true. But like that is in the collective pop culture consciousness. Thank you so much, Tina Marie, for the $10 super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks so much to Mandy for being a member for 1 month. So, oh shoot, where's my disclaimer? Hold on. Dang. Okay, hold on. Do not try to find this. Hold on. I got to put my disclaimer back up because I feel it in my bones. Okay. And I really don't want to get in trouble. They did the same thing to Paris Hilton. Just did it work in collab with her for TikTok series on Mr. Deepfakes last week. Really? For TikTok series on Mr. Deepfakes last week. She found out who that man was. Okay, Kadisha Lynn, that's interesting. I want to look that up. Seems crazy to say this to you, but with Mr. Deep Fakes. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I got to do my little, this is very important. I have to do my little disclaimer. I am not, they not getting me. Nope. Nope. And I really mean it. If somebody uses my video as a reason or a grounds to share this video with anyone or to disseminate it, I will testify against you and I hope you go to jail because you're putting me at risk for doing nothing wrong. Okay. I'm telling y'all, do not share this video and I will not be sharing this video. I'm not even going to describe it in that much detail. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I got cut off here. Okay. These are like statements from people who had sponsored this thing. Before this law, victims were ignored. Schools couldn't act. Police, no tools. Big tech looked away. Would take it down, that changes. Honored to be at the White House today. So this is federal, okay? This is huge in federal. And there's like a lot of people involved in the supposed dissemination of this supposed video. Okay. I mean, I'm saying supposed video. It appears to me to be real. And it has apparently been confirmed to be real by one of the apparent participants in the video, Sly. All right. But isn't Cash Jones also living in Las Vegas? Is he? The platform could also be charged. Yep. The lawsuit is on Diddy docket. Look at all the names mentioned. Okay. All right. I'm going. Plus, Diddy done filed a federal case. Is he about to sue people under this act? Am I that psychic already, y'all? My psychic powers are growing or what? Or I just keep getting lucky. Let me go to Diddy docket. Apparently, Diddy done sued somebody. Is it over this? Is it under this law? Hold on. Oh, it was last month? Okay, wait, hold on. We do have an update on this specific case on Diddy docket from an hour ago. Daphne Joy issued a now deleted statement. Okay, so this is very interesting. I definitely want to see what she says. Daphne Joy issued a now deleted statement on Instagram about the leaked Diddy tape. Y'all, do not share this video. This is not legal advice, but if you share it, it's at your own freaking risk. I'm telling you, I have a bad feeling about this. Not that you should share it anyway, because you really don't know if she actually agreed to have that out. And even if she was consenting to do that on the tape, like, people should be allowed to do consensual stuff on a tape and it not be leaked. Even worse, if somehow she was under the influence or she really wasn't consensually participating, which a jury has pretty much found that there was no force or coercion. So a jury has pretty much legally found that she was consenting to the act of the video. In my understanding, there's two options. She either did it consensually or she was not consensual. Not consensual, that would be horrible and devastating for someone to share that. That's humiliating and terrible. If it was consensual, to some extent, people should be able to make a sex tape and not have it shared all over Twitter by DJ Vlad and 50 Cent and, hiphopthisnow.net and all of this. Okay. So it's just not even it's not even right to do, but I have a very, very strong feeling this is about to be a test case. I have a very strong feeling this has to do with this criminal federal law. She did not consent and neither did Diddy, Kadisha Lynn said. FYI, I think that one is a fake one. BJ might not, but it was thrown out before too. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. She did not consent to the tape to be leaked. Y'all, don't share this tape just because it's not right. First of all, it's just not right. But if you don't care about my appeals to morality, perhaps you don't want to be charged federally or sued, by the federal government for under the Take It Down Act. Okay, I'm just saying. But it's not her, Diddy. It's her and the guy who shared it. Diddy's in the tape. And he's touching himself in it. It looks like that to me. Could be a Diddy body double, girl. I'm telling y'all, I don't know if it's real for sure. But it has been supposedly confirmed by Sly, one of the participants in the tape, to be real. And because Diddy is in an SUL position and in, touching his, what and all that, I could see him. I'm not saying he would win, but I promise you, you don't want to go to federal court over false allegations either. I've been there. You don't want to go. Okay. Kadisha Lynn said, we're about to get another Diddy trial with him being the victim, and it is about to be wild. Listen, and it is humiliating. It is humiliating. Like, it doesn't look good. I mean, I'll say that. Nicole said she thinks DJ Vlad leaked. Maybe. I don't know. But even just that, y'all, is that now accusing someone of committing a crime? Can now DJ Vlad sue somebody for saying they think he leaked it? These are things you have to think about. Lovely Nola said, I saw it and I was not looking for it. It's all over the timeline. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's how I saw it when I was not looking for it too. So let's listen to the statement from the female participant in the video. She said, everybody plays the fool sometimes. And I have been the biggest fool. I just wanted my man at the time to be happy and satisfied. I wanted to fulfill all of his desires, even if it meant breaking my own boundaries. Now imagine you break your boundaries for somebody, even if it was consensually breaking your boundaries, and now it's all over and all viral. I actually do kind of feel bad. She said, I just wanted my man to be satisfied. I violated my own boundaries. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. I'm not even trying to weigh in on did she have a boundary or not. I'm just saying, in front of a judge, in front of a jury, you don't want to have to defend yourself on this one. I wanted to fulfill all his desires, even if that meant breaking my own boundaries. The statement that's apparently now deleted said, I deeply loved him, and I believed he loved me too. It is still so painful for me to process the harsh reality and truth of that relationship. But as time passes, and in my quiet moments, I realize that it was far from love. The recent leak was a tape I never consented to being filmed on. So she's saying she didn't even consent to the filming of the video. Now, we might have to check the transcripts because it does appear like there were at least some times that she knew she was being filmed. Gosh dang it. Hold on. Let me I need to type this. Hold on. I got to type this on like my side notes just so I can have it and I don't have to keep retyping it. I'm just got to type my disclaimer, y'all. This is very serious. Like this federal crime serious. Okay. So just forgive me while I type my disclaimer. And it's also for y'all too. A warning, not legal advice. Okay. Sorry. I just really need it. It's just important. Okay. Thanks so much to Big 6050 for the $5 super chat. I think paying the rent when it comes to the illegal cannabis business is an extortion fee. Oh, thank you for mentioning that because I was like, is this check-in money? When I was bringing up the loose cannon brick baby, I wanted to mention this. So thank you for saying that. And thank you for the $5 super chat. I was thinking that. Like, is this check-in money? Like, that could also further support a RICO. Anybody saying the platform where you specifically saw it, please do not. Please do not. I do recognize it is public. This tape is public. A lot of us came across it against our will. Okay. I'm surprised DJ Vlad didn't already get sued for sharing the blurred picture of it forever ago. And now he's verified. He's the one. Wait, hold on. It's the one he had last night. Messy. Well, the thing about it is it wasn't a federal law when he shared that blurred out picture, but it's a federal law now. So he better not keep sharing. I think he's a Fed too. Asset or at least informant. That's my opinion. I don't know. Could be a Russian freaking, compromat. I don't know. I have no idea. The man, I don't know. Gerald said, I'm not condoning the abuse that she allegedly had from him, but she definitely did participate in freak offs. And she even admits it. She admits as much. She says, I did do it. I didn't really necessarily want to, but I did do it. And I consented to because I was trying to make my man happy. What if all of it is AI? It would still qualify under this new federal law. Now, I believe, and y'all can mark this prediction down if you want to, years from now, it's going to eventually be that this law is going to have to be refined, because I don't think it is fair and I don't think it is constitutional to make something a crime when the something is commenting on something somebody else already made public. Now, maybe if the law was narrowed to only go after the person who made the deep fake, someone who shared it maliciously, someone, I think it's going to have to end up being revised, but that's not going to be for years. And that's not going to be till after someone has to appeal a conviction, who's going to be sitting in jail for a federal S crime. Okay. Ain't gonna be me. Ain't finna be me, because I'm testifying against y'all if y'all do it. I've said it so many times. Participating in the acts is not the same thing as the crime. Her being rugged, and even if it was not consensual one time, is the crime. Absolutely. And that's why I said, Brittany, I didn't see all the tapes, and I didn't even see the whole one. I didn't even see most of this tape. I don't want to. It grossed me out, made me feel disgusted. I don't like looking at that stuff. I looked at it long enough to be able to give a little bit of an opinion today. But really the biggest thing for me is I can't even really talk too much about what I saw on the tape without thinking oh God, someone's going to try to sue me. Someone's going to try to get me for a crime. And I don't think that's really right. I don't think that someone who doesn't actually share it is going to be in trouble. And I'm not going to share it. He shared the pic again last night. Okay, boom. That's tolling. I think it brings it up to, after this thing was passed. And I'm telling y'all, clip this video and share the word. I'm trying to do a public service announcement. This is not legal advice. Kadisha Lynn said he shared the picture again. DJ Vladimir shared the picture again last night. Oh, these people are walking a very thin line. Diddy sued over the documentaries. You don't think he would sue anyone for a come up or some money? DJ Vlad got money, I heard. He's paying people $1,000 a video or something, $25,000 a video, whatever boost he's asking for. Y'all, you gotta be looking at patterns. My brain works in patterns. Look what just happened to Milagro. It was a brand new law. She might have been one of the first people ever sued under that. And Megan Thee Stallion sure did get that liable verdict. WikiLeaks in the interest of the public. Federal prison now, ask questions later. I'll tell you that. And under this regime, administration, I don't want to take no chances. Hit the like. Okay. So this is the woman in the video, the freak off video. This is her statement. Now, she has testified against Diddy. She statutorily has been argued to be a victim. Now, Diddy's lawyers have pushed back on that and said she's not a victim because she consented to doing these acts. Just because she consented to doing acts, or just because it appeared to me or you like she consented to doing the acts, doesn't mean she did. Of course, none of us can actually know unless we're inside her mind. But the fact remains, Diddy is serving federal prison time in part for the activities and the activities surrounding what happened in these tapes. So, I'm trying to be very careful. So she issued a statement. Everybody plays a fool sometimes. I was just trying to make my man happy. It's so painful for me to process the harsh reality and truth of that relationship. But as time passes and in my quiet moments, I realized that it was far from love. The recent leak was a tape that I never consented to being filmed on. She said, I did not consent to being filmed. I was blackmailed. Oh, he gonna sue her for defamation by the person in the video. Oh, was it Sly or Diddy? She just said the person. And was threatened that if I didn't give him the lump sum of money, I think it was Sly, if I recall her testimony correctly. If I didn't pay him, he would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to this demand. And once I didn't, this person eventually sold the tape to a giant media outlet. The media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape and asked if I had any comment before they released it. It was the first time I ever fainted in my life. Once the media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge porn and an extortion scheme, they backed off from broadcasting it. You see this language that she uses here? Revenge rhymes with corn. You see how the whitehouse.gov uses that exact same language? You see how this lady right here, probably a victim, at least to some extent, I truly, genuinely believe she was manipulated, lied to, lured. But I have to be very careful what I say because the jury has determined that she was not threatened or coerced. That is what the jury determined. I don't agree with the jury, but I have to discuss this case as the jury decided it. Okay. The jury already said she wasn't coerced. She did it willingly. And she's even kind of admitting to as much, if you read between the lines here in her statement. She said, yeah, I did it. It was, again, I broke my boundaries, but I loved him. I was a fool. She's embarrassed, humiliated, and now this tape is leaking. I mean, that's how it's being framed. Regardless, you can believe it or not. Sort it out in the federal criminal court. Sort it out over there. Oh, let me put my disclaimer up. Thank you for letting me know. I forgot to put my disclaimer back up. I do not know if this is real. It could be AI. Do not use my platform to share how or where to find this. Could be a federal crime. I am providing commentary and opinion on matters of public concern and also giving warnings. That's not legal advice. Rando from Iowa said, for the media outlet to even threaten releasing it is disgusting. Gerald said she quite literally has an OF eye roll. Sure. A lot of people have. Okay, I'll put it this way. That's like saying, for example, someone should be able to come inside your house and take a picture of you sitting on your couch because one time you posted a different picture from your couch on your Facebook. You see how that's not the same thing? If she were to put the video out, if she were to have consentingly put a video out, we would be talking about a whole different can of worms. We're not talking about something she put out willingly. And that's how they get y'all. That ain't not getting me. Because I'm able to see nuance a lot easier because I went to law school. And I'm not even saying like that makes me better. I'm trying to help y'all. This ain't legal advice though. This ain't legal advice. Somebody putting out something willingly that they have control over, that they consented to being videoed, that they maybe themselves videoed, take away the SUL aspect of it. Let's say it's a picture of a kid. A parent can put out a picture of a kid on their private Instagram account. But what if a pervert at the park is taking pictures of them up their skirt and putting the picture out on Discord? You see how it's different? So that's how they get y'all though. And that's these comments like this. And Gerald, I know you've been here. I know you're not a troll, but like this is the type of comments that the trolls, I believe trolls, how they got Milagro. Because they were like, oh, it's already public. Megan shouldn't have made it. It's like, that's how they get y'all. There is a massive, enormous, giant difference between something somebody makes consensually, knowingly, on their own terms, even for commercial use, and them deciding how and where to put it out, and revenge porn. I don't make the rules. That's just how it is. And now there's now a federal criminal statute that says as much as well. So Brittany said, y'all want all victims to be perfect, and it's very weird to me. I think some of it is that, like, some of it really is like, if anybody ever had sex one time, then they should be allowed to be sexually exploited and, blackmailed. But I think some people really do actually think that, like, why does she care if people see her naked and see her doing that stuff when she puts out her own self being naked? Like, what's the difference? And it's like, you gotta, like, okay, like, the same way sometimes you'll put out a Snapchat, or somebody will put out a Snapchat, or somebody will put out an Instagram post, or somebody will put out something on their own Facebook where it's like, okay, their makeup's done, they look cute, versus a candid shot in the privacy of your own home. You don't even expect to be being recorded, and now it's everywhere and everyone's making fun of you. Now, I will say, though, people have their own opinions about OF in general, and, whether that's appropriate or whatever, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about federal crime. We're talking about federal statute. This is a federal crime now to share revenge porn or deepfake revenge porn. This is new. This is not even a month old. This is not even a month old. And the difference is consent. Yeah. Consent, but also, yes. And that's enough. But there are other differences. And, context, who's in the video. I mean, I have reason. I'm not subscribed to her OF, but I have followed her on Instagram. I may still follow her on Instagram. And it appears to me like she's making content alone. So there's the context of what she posts on OF appears to not be sexual acts with other people. It appears to be the context of just her. Consent alone is enough. I'm not trying to say that's wrong. I'm not trying to say y'all are wrong by saying that. Absolutely. Period, point blank, full stop. But I'm just adding even more, like, and also federal crime. Her putting out her own content is also more context here. Her putting out her own content is also very different from being extorted and threatened and blackmailed. This video is going to be coming out and the tabloids are going to put it out. I also believe many of the OF women are victims. And I think they are more likely to be victims of SA. So let's finish her statement. I mean, we haven't even finished her poor statement here. And I understand, like, people have strong views about her specifically on both sides. And I'll admit, I have had moments where I'm like, I look at her Instagram and it's just a fleeting moment. Because in general, I do believe everybody has a right to do what they want to do, even if it's something that I wouldn't do. Even if it's ways that I probably wouldn't process, certain things. But at the end of the day, I've never been in her position. So I have no idea what I would do. Maybe she posts that content because it feels to her like a reclamation of herself, of her body, of her sexuality. And who am I to criticize her, to tell her not to? But I have had moments before where I'm like, I look at some of the stuff she posted on Instagram, like, girl, what are you doing? You got a kid? You in a custody battle? But maybe she has her own reasons for doing it, and good for her. She's allowed to. I don't see her doing anything against the law. And I strongly, strongly believe her putting stuff out on her own is completely different can of worms from being extorted with something she did not consent to make. Period. Morally, it's different, even if there was no law. And now there's a law. Plus, the other people in the video would need to be giving consent, and the video released is hers. It's only her. I do though see. Okay, so I'll start off by saying I see very good reasons for this law to exist. However, I believe the law just got passed right now because of the Diddy tapes that they recovered from his house and because of the Epstein class. I think they don't want anybody finding out what freaky nasty stuff they've been doing. And anybody that now talks about it or shares any of it or leaks it is going to be charged with a federal crime because the government is the Epstein class. That's my belief. But hopefully it's used, in a good way. I have not really ever seen laws being applied equally across the board or fairly. So Maybe DJ Vlad is safe, but I have never even been able to go 2 miles over the speed limit without getting pulled over. So I'm just not the type of person that can get away with stuff. So I'm going to tread very, 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 very carefully here and put my disclaimer back up. It's like gifting something and then it getting stolen, Kiara said. I feel the same way. Meg said, who am I to judge these women? Putting something out that you control is totally different than something being put out to humiliate and discredit you. And look, to be very, very clear, the stuff she puts on OnlyF, and anybody puts on OnlyF, you can't control that either. Once you put it on OF, somebody can screen record it and put it anywhere they want, and it could still be used to humiliate and discredit you, which is why I have a very big issue with these young women, like 18-year-olds, just going straight on the OF, because I don't really feel like they understand the full context of how long that's going to follow them. Kadishlin said, I think it's important law for the ones who use it to hurt people. Yes, absolutely. Or people that make it like extort or blackmail. Mr. Deepfakes isn't to make it because of Mr. Deepfakes. Even it's hurting kids all over that website have millions of subs. These other people better hope their free off tape doesn't get released. Well, if it does, then it's federal crime. So, I mean, hopefully it is used in a good way. Hopefully it is used to get justice for victims. That's all I can really hope. Okay, let's get back to this poor lady's statement. My God. Okay. Everybody plays the fool sometimes. So I just want to start over. I want to read the full statement here to the point where we are. Breaking news 1 hour ago, Daphne Joy issued a now deleted statement on Instagram about the leaked Diddy tape, apparently confirming there was no production or release agreement in place. Everybody plays the fool sometimes, she said. And I have been the biggest fool. I just wanted my man at the time to be happy and satisfied. I wanted to fulfill all of his desires, even if that meant breaking my own boundaries. I deeply loved him, and I believed he loved me too. It's still so painful for me to process the harsh reality and truth of that relationship. But as time passes, and in my quiet moments, I realized that it was far from love. The recent leak was a tape I never consented to being filmed on. I was blackmailed by the person in the video, and it was threatened that if I didn't give him a lump sum of money, that he would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to his demand. Was it $10,000 he wanted? Once I didn't, he eventually sold the tape to a giant media outlet. People in the chat were saying TMZ. The media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape and asked if I had any comment before the release. It was the first time I ever fainted in my life. Once the media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge. Once the media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge corn, which is the same exact phrase of the Take It Down Act. I want to read the act too. We'll read that after her statement. Once the media company understood the tape they purchased was revenge corn and an extortion scheme, they backed off from broadcasting it. I wonder if they got a strongly worded legal letter. I know they are probably reading this, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing, even though it's been years. It's come back to haunt me again. It took me all day. I know some of y'all have feelings about her, but like just hold like a 1% space that what she's saying is true. Maybe she did just do this tape. She didn't really want to, but she did it for her man. And even if he didn't do Rico, even if he didn't traffic her, the fact that this tape is out, golly. It took me all day to find the courage to rewatch what she characterizes as abuse. Having to watch it was triggering and painful because I only knew the inner turmoil and pressures I felt. I knew, she said. Only I knew the inner turmoil and pressures that I felt in those moments. She's probably realizing, I was acting it. I could see why people could think that I was having a great time, but I wasn't. She's like, I was turmoiled. I was not and was never in my right mind throughout the entirety of the relationship. Seeing myself so lost is excruciating. I just want to hold that girl in that room and get her out of there and tell her that wasn't love. And she didn't need to do this for love. My heart is breaking as I type this. So this part right here, I actually, from the few moments of the total video that I did see, I had a lot of thoughts. Most of them I'm probably going to keep to myself. But one of the thoughts I had was, it doesn't look to me like this woman would have just come up with this idea on her own. Even though I did say earlier, and I mean it, I believe it, it's true. I think it would be reasonable for somebody in that room to believe she was consenting to do this stuff. Even though she was on substances, I'm just saying, like, if somebody was just bug on the wall in the room, is she consensually doing this stuff? Yes or no? If you just had to take a guess, I think it would be reasonable to say yes. But that doesn't mean that it actually was. And so one of the thoughts that I had while I was watching the few moments of the video here and there throughout the entirety of it was, this person's definitely doing this to make this man happy, right? Like that, the woman is definitely doing this to make somebody in the video happy as an act, as a performance. It was a little bit over the top. The fact that, apparently these sessions lasted for hours or days. The fact that the anatomy of the man was unimaginable, like cartoonish, like genetic modified, like just unimaginable. And like for hours or days. And then my next thought after that was, why would a man or a woman want to see somebody they love in that position repeatedly? One time, two time, just to see, a little freaky, whatever. Okay, I know people that cuck and the this and the that, but like, it was like the whole relationship, as described in court, between this woman and Diddy was Diddy paid for her rent and she did freak offs. That's how she described it in court over, I think, days. And so it's like, that ain't love. I don't know. I'm not the definer of love, but it was a thought I had. And what her statement is kind of confirms or kind of supports that thought I had. She's like, I just want to get her out of there and tell her that is not love. She did not need to do that for love. I'm telling y'all right now, if y'all think y'all got to do some weird freaky S for love, no, you don't. That's not a requirement for love. It's not. If you're second guessing, like, oh, like she makes me do this because she likes to see me do that because no, you do not have to do weird freaky S stuff to get love. That person don't love you. They love the acts you're doing. I want to tell her this isn't love, and she didn't need to do this for love. My heart is breaking as I type this. She said, I wish so many things were different, but I can't take back the hands of time. She can't turn back the hands of time. I can only continue to move forward and slowly learn to love and trust myself again. I want to love and protect myself so much that I'll never come across such a harmful environment again. This is the first time that I've ever felt a part of my own body. And that my body belongs to me. Right. So she's reclaiming her body. I am precious. I am special. I am worthy. Oh God, this poor lady. This I promise to hold true in my heart for the woman I am becoming and for the woman I once lost. So I clicked on the article that the Diddy docket posted. What? It's not really. Okay, there we go. Made a statement. This is where'sthebuzz.com. Daphne Joy has made a statement concerning an unapproved explicit tape, which apparently features her alongside Diddy and another adult performer named Sly. Daphne Joy claims she was neither consulted nor did she give her approval for the filming process and was subsequently threatened by someone involved in the matter. According to social media posts, she was blackmailed by one of the people in the footage. We already read the statement. The media outlet decided not to broadcast. Ew, the foot. Took me all day to find the courage to rewatch. I just wanted my man at the time to be happy and satisfied. I wanted to fulfill all of his desires. Okay, so here is the actual post, which has now been deleted. Poor thing. Ugh. I know it's hard for some of y'all to feel sorry for her or sympathy for her, but I certainly do. And I think, you know, the timing is very interesting. However, if what she's saying is true, which I do find it to be believable. I think she could have appeared to be consenting to the acts, but not consented to it being recorded. I think she could have been being recorded and not known. I think she could have been being recorded and known, but too drunk or high to tell. There's all kinds of ways for me to believe her, and I do believe her. And I think if what she's saying is true, I do believe that there should be laws to protect women and men from their tapes being leaked. If this were another hypothetical situation where a man, Diddy, just because Diddy did what Diddy did, doesn't necessarily mean that every tape he ever made should be leaked to the public. For example, if he didn't know he was being recorded in some situation. But I can also see how this law in the future could possibly just only be used to further protect abusers instead of victims. So I'm hoping it works out, you know. She was blackmailed before this video, she claims. And I hope she heals, you know. I hope she knows that she's worth so much more than just her body. I hope that the reason she is still putting out content and stuff is because she really wants to and not because she feels like she has to or she has no other options or it's her only way to make money. I think that she deserves, just like everybody deserves, to be able to be appreciated and loved for who she is. She's a mother. And I think it's been pretty cold-blooded how 50 Cent has handled the situation. They do share a child, and for his mother to be being humiliated and dragged like this on such a public level by someone much more famous, I think is wrong. I do think it's wrong. Somebody said, y'all some freaks watching that tape, LOL. Well, just so you know, a lot of us did not watch that tape on purpose, did not seek that tape out. That's one of the issues. You're just scrolling on social media and it starts playing. Now, yeah, I mean, if y'all are downloading it and doing stuff with it, ew. 50 Cent didn't leak it, though. He made a post after it was leaked to the public. I didn't say 50 Cent leaked it, just so we're all clear. I didn't say he leaked it. I said the way he's responding to it and dilly-dallying around, the way he's talking about, I'm not saying he committed a crime. I think it's wrong. I think it's morally wrong for him to be doing this to the mother of his child. They can have their custody battle. They can have their court cases against each other. I think it's a bridge too far because he's so famous. He's so rich. He is more powerful than her. He's more famous than her. And they share a child. And it's going to hurt the child to have this stuff out about his mom. Other people can put stuff out. It's different when your own dad, if, I don't know, maybe who's from a divorced household. Who's from a divorced household. You know, I don't feel good when your parents are talking about each other, even to you as a kid. Then it's all over. It's viral. He can't go to first grade with, well, first grade is probably young, but you know, 5th, 6th, 7th, it's just, I don't think it's respectable and upstanding, but I don't think he leaked it. I didn't say he leaked it. I just want to be very clear. And I know you were speaking generally. That's fine. I just want to be very, very clear. I'm not accusing anybody of a crime because that's another reason that people get sued. You call somebody a fraud. You call somebody a scammer, and now you're locked up in federal court with them for 6 years. I ain't saying he leaked it. I just want to be very clear because I ain't trying to get sued. Okay. I'm not saying he leaked it. I don't think he leaked it. I think probably, actually, there's a theory. I'm going to get to the theory. I'm going to read it later. Some people did not look this thing on purpose. Some people did. Some people did. Same thing with the Charlie Kirk footage. Absolutely. Same with the Charlie Kirk footage. Many people involuntarily watched that clip. Yep. And the day before that clip, that girl got murked on the train and bled out. Nobody helped her. I didn't see that on my own free will either. That one was just to my face. Please do not share which social media platform where you saw it, please. And I will also not share. I do not know if the tape is even real, although it does appear to be real to me. Could be AI. In any event, do not use my platform to share how or where to find this video. Could be a federal crime. I am just giving commentary and my opinion on a matter of public concern and also telling y'all about a new criminal federal statute. They wanted everybody to see that stuff. Yeah, they want to traumatize us. It's part of MK Ultra on a wide scale. They love scaling. Scalable trauma. Okay, let's read the actual text of the Take It Down Act. It's now been passed into law. So, an act. Can I get a PDF? Yes, thank you. An act to require covered platforms to remove non-consensual, intimate visual depictions and for other purposes. Non-consensual, intimate visual depictions. What did she say? What did she say? I never consented to being filmed. Now, non-consensual visual depiction. Okay, so far it tracks. The Take It Down Act. In general, we are amending the Communications Act of 1934. This Digital Communications Act has now been amended from like almost 100-year-old act. The Communications Act is now updated, not the Digital Communications Act. The Communications Act of 1934 have been amended. They redesignated subsection H as I, inserted after subsection G. Okay, definitions. Consent. The term consent means affirmative, conscious, and voluntary authorization made by an individual free from force, fraud, duress, misrepresentation, or coercion. Misrepresentation, I'm just applying the facts, the law to the facts of this case. In this case, the misrepresentation was she believed it was maybe for private viewing. Maybe she didn't even know she was being recorded. But let's say she did know she was being recorded. This act would still apply if it could be proven by the government that she did not ever think that it would be shared on social freaking media on autoplay. The term digital forgery means any intimate visual depiction created through the use of AI. So this is where the AI comes in, but it doesn't only have to be AI. It could be like actually a real video too. The term identifiable individual means an individual who appears in whole or part in an intimate visual depiction, whose face, likeness, and other distinguishing characteristics are displayed. Okay, so the distinguishing characteristic could be that micro, that everybody been har-haring about. This could be a way for Diddy, somebody said earlier, to come and be like, I'm a victim of an S crime. Wouldn't that be a nice way to rehabilitate his reputation? And look, I'm not even saying that Diddy necessarily ever wanted this tape to come out either. Intimate visual depiction definition is, has the meaning given to such term below. Okay, so there's minor. Okay, there's a minor aspect to this as offense involving authentic. Okay, so this would apply here because why? Because according to her now deleted statement, I don't know why she would delete it. I don't know why she would delete it. Don't ask me. But according to this now deleted statement, hold on, I need to find, where is that one? I guess I don't have it. Hold on. I just want to get to my right spot here. She did do it. She said, I did the stuff in the video, but I was out of my mind and I thought it was love and I was pushing past my boundaries. And it's so humiliating that I keep being reconfronted with that. Like, this is like the classic, perfect case that this law was meant to apply to, from if she is to be believed, which I believe her. And that would fall not under the AI. She's not saying it's fake. She's saying other things like she was extorted or blackmailed or whatever. This would be an offense involving an authentic, intimate visual depiction involving adults, right? Except as provided in the paragraph, should be unlawful. It's against the law. It's a federal law. Hello. It's been signed already. It's not about to be. It's already been signed last month. Against the law for any person in interstate or foreign commerce to use an interactive computer service to knowingly publish an intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual who is not a minor. And look, I know I've done this before and exactly on this same exact topic of this same exact person with DJ Academics. And truly, like, I have enough enemies. I really ain't even trying to necessarily make DJ Academics my enemy because, like, probably 85% of the stuff he says, I actually agree with. We're usually on the same side of most of these issues that we both talk about. And one time he told me to shut up. But I just want to, like, I don't know, maybe somebody can run and tell him, like, from a cousin, like a friendly cousinly perspective, he has recently shared on social media a depiction of two women in an intimate act. And sitting, or maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was his, you know how there's like, you know, accounts, don't say the platform, please. But you know how there's like accounts that are like DJ Academics TV or DJ Academics, blah, 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 blah. And he doesn't run them. Somebody else runs them, like a member of his team. They're on one of those accounts. Maybe it was him. Maybe it was a member of his team. Somebody literally yesterday shared two women basically, you know, going fully at it on a couch, and Jay-Z is sitting right next to them. He's doing an interview, and these two women are doing whatever with each other. I would absolutely hate, and I really mean this, for DJ Academics to be held responsible for committing a crime at the federal level for sharing that. Now, again, I don't know if he shared it. It might have been one of his people. Okay. So we're in this section of the law. This is the actual statutory text. Offense involving authentic intimate visual depictions, except as provided in subparagraph C, it shall be unlawful, federal crime, for any person in interstate or foreign commerce, so this means you published it online, that's all it takes, to use an interactive computer service, like the internet, to knowingly publish an intimate visual depiction. That's a picture or a video. DJ Vlad just posting a picture instead of the video. Don't matter. According to what I'm reading here. Like I said, y'all, I think this law eventually is going to have to be narrowed down because of constitutional implications. But this is what it says right now. And I ain't fitting to be the test case. Tell you that. Unlawful to publish, basically online, an intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual who is an adult. If the following: the intimate visual depiction was obtained or created under circumstances in which the person knew or reasonably should have known the identifiable individual had reasonable expectation of privacy. Now, watch a hypothetical scenario in the future where Diddy and Daphne Joy both are victims of Sly. Well, hope DJ Vlad paid him enough to defend himself in a federal criminal lawsuit. I'd hate to see him having a federal public defender have to defend him for extortion, blackmail, and revenge porn against Diddy and this lady. Way to shift Diddy into being a victim. I don't know. I'm just seeing all kind of possible futures from this law. If the intimate visual depiction, so the tape, was obtained or created under circumstances in which the person knew or reasonably should have known the identifiable individual, which could be Diddy, could be the lady, could be Sly, had a reasonable expectation of privacy. Did this person ever expect this video to go out into the public? That's basically the first one. If the person reasonably thought this was a private tape for their own private enjoyment, or if the person didn't know they were being filmed, it will be a crime, unlawful, for someone to publish that online. That's why I'm telling y'all, you better not tell nobody how to go see that. The intimate visual depiction. Okay, hold on. Number 2, what is depicted was not voluntarily exposed by the identifiable individual in public or commercial setting. So this right here, let's say, for example, in this case, this Sly guy, right? According to Daphne Joy, Sly sold this tape. He voluntarily exposed it, right? So it's going to be hard for him to say that was a crime against him, if that's true. I don't know if it's true or not. I didn't see the emails. I don't know him. Apparently he went on DJ Vlad and he said he did sell it, whatever. This is all filing up, looking like me lining up to become another case, and it's going to be a test case. I really think so. Kadisha Lynn said earlier, there's going to be another Diddy trial, and he's going to be the victim. What is being depicted is not a matter of public concern. Okay, so that's good. I'm glad they put that there, but like, is it a matter of public concern? The exact, what happened in the freak off tapes? I don't know. And it's going to have to be balanced. The matter of public concern has to be balanced with the privacy interests. Publication of the intimate visual depiction is intended to cause harm. This right here is where I'm worried for the academics page, because academics is currently in a fight, like a dispute, a disagreement with Jay-Z. And academics is I don't know what, like assistant or, employee. I don't exactly know like what their exact relationship is, but somebody who works with academics on like disseminating content, they're in a disagreement with Jay-Z right now. And now they have like posted these, a video on social media. Again, I saw against my will. It auto-played. I did not search it out. I did not seek it out. I saw it against my will. It auto-played of two women doing an S act. It seems like because of the context of the relationship going on right now, it was intended to cause harm. Again, I'm not trying to say he should be in trouble or should face any troubles. I'm not saying that he even posted it. It could be his, assistant or coworker or employer, whoever the guy is. I'm actually trying to look out for it. Like, this is actually more of a warning and not legal advice. He got enough money to afford a lawyer. Somebody said they remember the Jay-Z video. Does a law like this work retroactively? Amy said, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think like you have to have been on notice that there was a law in existence, and like they made a big press conference and all this stuff. I mean, it's on whitehouse.gov. I'm letting y'all know. Now, it has to be intended to cause harm and causes harm. Well, what did she say in her statement? I'm so heartbroken. I couldn't find the courage all day to rewatch it. It was triggering. It was painful. And I think it's pretty obvious, probably to a jury, how the harm is. I think it's pretty obvious that there's harm. Autoplay. Yep. Y'all got to watch what y'all let y'all's kids do on the internet, because it autoplayed. Now, there's also a segment involving minors. It shall be unlawful to use, to publish, abuse, humiliate, harass, degrade, arouse, or gratify the. Okay. So I wish this law was in place for Nova when I was calling the FBI and every other thing else. It's a shame it won't apply retroactively, but at least now it's here. Put a 3 in the chat if you remember the whole Nova situation where I was trying to get something taken down, and the platform, it took them like 10 days, over a week, if I recall correctly, to take the account down. The video was not getting taken down. Then more were getting posted. And apparently they were being sold as well. And this was autoplay stuff on Twitter. Oh, excuse me. Well, it's gone now. It's gone now. It's now been deleted. But perhaps could have been held criminally responsible here. Minors. Except as provided in subparagraph C, it should be unlawful for any person to use the internet to publish an intimate visual depiction of a minor with the intent to either abuse, humiliate, harass, or degrade the minor, or arouse or gratify the desire of any other person. So the Nova one, this would apply. They posted that type of imagery of a minor to gratify adults or other people. Now, they do have exceptions. Let's see what the exceptions are. I'm curious. They don't apply to a lawfully authorized investigative, protective, or intelligence activity. Oh, okay. So the feds are immune. They can share child porn. Okay, great. Got it. The CIA, no problem. CIA, FBI, law doesn't apply for them. Great. Who's surprised? Okay. It also does not apply if you're trying in good faith to make a reasonable disclosure to law enforcement. So in a case where you're sharing a link with law enforcement, you're sharing with the FBI the link, you're calling the FBI, you're saying, can I email you the link to this? So y'all can get it criminally prosecuted. You might want to report it to your local prosecutor's office, district attorney. And I've been in that position before where I came across illegal images and videos of a child. And I realized how difficult it is because these disgusting predators and criminals, they can put anything out there on the internet they want. They don't get in trouble. But it's like, how do I get this taken down? If the platform isn't going to take it down, and the FBI and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is going to take it down, like, I couldn't even tell. I felt uncomfortable. I felt uncomfortable to even tell any other like content creators, like, this is the page, this is the link, because I didn't want to share it. Also didn't want to be committing a crime because this was of a minor. So they do have, thankfully, a statute in here, exception within the statutory regime that says, if you're doing that in good faith, you're really trying to get it taken down, you can share it with law enforcement. You can also share it as part of document production or filing associated with the legal. So lawyers, the David case, for example, it's not going to be a federal crime to file evidence under seal. You have to file the evidence as part of a medical education, diagnosis, or treatment from legitimate medical, scientific, educational purpose. Legitimate education purpose. That seems like a little bit of an interesting loophole. I don't know about that. In the reporting of unlawful content or unsolicited or unwelcome conduct in or pursuance of legal, professional, or other lawful obligations, seek support or help. Okay, so if you're seeking support or help with a therapist or something, I guess, disclosure of a disclosure that's reasonably intended to assist the identifiable individual. So like, hey, so-and-so, I saw a video of you on the internet. I'm trying to help you. Because why? Because baked into the statute already is, for the adults, I'm not talking about the minors, right? There's two branches of this law. One's for adults, one's for kids. The minor one is a lot more broad sweeping and like less needs to be proved. The adult one, it has to be something that is published for the purpose of causing harm. If you're doing it to share, if you're sharing it with somebody to help them, then you're not doing it to cause harm. It's the mens rea, the requisite mental state of the crime has to be met. And if you're not doing it to hurt somebody, you're actually trying to help somebody. Hey, here's the link of you if you want to try to get it took down. Maybe that person is harmed by it, but you were doing it to help them. So there's an exception in the statute for that. Now, this is interesting. I'm already seeing, and I'm a linguist. I am basically a surgeon of language. I'm really, truly so off the charts on my language processing and comprehension, especially when it's written. I actually have a higher language IQ than ChatGPT. Now, don't think I'm some kind of genius because I am functionally impaired when it comes to other aspects like math or, things like that. But a lot of times probably seems like I'm nitpicking. This is what lawyers do. This is what they fight about in court. Something like this word right here, "and," could make or break a whole case. Let me show you what I mean. We're in the exceptions section, right? In the exceptions section. And what are we talking about? We're talking about the Take It Down Act. If there is an intimate visual depiction, an sexual thing going on camera, whether video or a picture, it is a crime to put an adult intimate visual depiction, so we'll say corn, where that person had an expectation of privacy. What is depicted was not voluntarily exposed. So anybody that said, earlier somebody had said, on Gerald, I think said, well, she has an OF. Yep, that's fine. We're not talking about OF. If it's something she voluntarily exposed in a commercial setting to sell it, then it can never be counted as revenge porn because she put it out there. But what if it was something she didn't put out there? There is a difference in this law. Not a matter of public concern, which this could be argued. You know, this is going to be a test case either way. Let's say somebody sues DJ Vlad. Let's say somebody sues 50 Cent. Somebody said he didn't post it, but he did post a blurred out picture of the picture, didn't he? A still shot. So if he did do that, I ain't trying to be the test case. So that's what we're talking about here, right? Intimate visual depiction that's intended to cause harm. It does cause harm, including reputational. Okay. So then now we're here in the exceptions section. Okay. Here's an exception to the law. It's not a crime if a person who possesses or publishes an intimate visual depiction of himself or herself engaged in nudity or sexually explicit conduct. An image. What does an image mean? Any image. It could be read this way. If I was writing this legislature, if I was writing this law, this statute, I would have replaced the word an and put the. Why? Because the situation like Daphne Joy, she has an OF. She has an OF and she has published an intimate visual depiction of herself. She has published a one somewhere out there. I don't know for sure. I've never been on her OF. Maybe she's making cupcakes over there. I don't know what she's doing over there. But do you see how a really good defense attorney like a Mark Agnifilo, an Alex Spiro, a Brian Steele type could say, this bitch done published many, many, many intimate depictions of herself engaging in nudity. My client shouldn't be held responsible for sharing something now because look, the law says she already published an image of herself doing that. All of that argument will be kicked the knees out from under if they just changed the statute to say the, because we're talking about that specific video. Let's call it the leaked Diddy freak off tape. Did Daphne Joy publish that? From what we understand, no. She said she did not consent to it. She did not publish it. But did she publish a video of herself engaged in nudity? Or did she publish ever for a commercial purpose or a non-commercial purpose? Ever? Did she ever publish herself engaging in nudity? Probably. But again, we talked about it earlier. Y'all know my opinion. It's different. It's not the same thing if somebody consents to doing it. I am not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about a loophole that a savvy defense lawyer could use. I'm not defending it. I am anticipating how these predators will absolutely twist and turn the words of this statute. Because to me, obviously, it's not intended to be if you ever posted a naked picture, this law can't apply. But what laws were intended to be done often doesn't always come across. They should have taken this word out and put the. Because in this case, we would have been a person who possesses or publishes the intimate visual depiction. That's obvious, right? If she leaked the tape, let's go to Sly. Sly is the one who is alleged to have leaked the tape, right? If Sly leaked the tape, this law could not apply. He would not be a victim of this statute because he's the one put it out. If she never posted any naked picture of herself ever, this law would obviously easily apply. But this two-letter word right here, it leaves open a very large loophole for savvy defense lawyers to be like, she posted herself naked, so this law shouldn't be able to apply. I think they should have reworded that. Visual depiction described in subsection offenses involving digital forgeries. These are the AIs. Involving minors. Doesn't apply to intelligence agencies. Rules of construction. The fact that the identifiable individual provided consent for the creation of the video does not establish that the individual provided consent for the publication. Okay? Y'all see that? So, just because somebody appears to be enjoying themselves and actually literally consents to making the video does not mean, under this law, that they consented to it being published online. That is what the law says. This is how the law is to be constructed. The fact that the individual disclosed the depiction to someone else, that she talked about it to somebody before, so that doesn't mean she consented to it being leaked. That's what this law says. And I agree. That lines up with my thoughts. Threats involving authentic intimate visual. So this is the non-deepfake. So if somebody threatens, so she claims Sly threatened her. Now this, from what I understand, does not apply retroactively. It only would apply from anything that was threatened in the future. So now, threats involving releasing the information, there's a section about that. Any person who intentionally threatens to commit an offense of releasing these tapes for the purposes of intimidation, coercion, extortion. That's what did she say? I was blackmailed and threatened. Exact verbiage is tracking. It's the exact verb, threat. That if I didn't give him money, he would leak it. Blackmail instead of extortion, but threat. Anybody who does that in the future now, moving forward, is going to be committing a crime. Any person who intentionally threatens to commit an offense under this thing for the purpose of intimidation, coercion, or getting money to create mental distress shall be fined and imprisoned. He could face up to 18 months. The court, in imposing a sentence on any person convicted, shall order, in addition to any other sentence imposed, any material distributed in violation, procedures, restitution. The court can order restitution. Cha-ching, cha-ching. I could see Diddy suing under this. Notice and removal of non-consensual images. Notice and removal establishment no later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this act, a covered platform. So this is going to be Twitter. This is going to be YouTube. This is going to be OF. This is going to be P-Hub. This is going to be any of those. They must establish a process whereby an identifiable individual or a person authorized to act on their behalf, like a lawyer, notify the platform of an intimate visual depiction published, include a depiction of the individual, was published without the consent of the individual, submit a request for the platform to remove it, a notification or request for removal of an intimate visual depiction submitted under the process, establishment shall be physical electronic signature, identification, brief statement, notice of process. A covered platform has to provide on the platform clear and conspicuous notice. So they put limitations on liability. A covered platform shall not be liable. So like, let's say it's Twitter, for example, for any claim based on the covered platform's good faith disabling of access to material claimed to be non-consensual. So if somebody says, oh, this is a non-consensual image of me, the platform's allowed to just take it down. They're not going to be held liable for that because they have to be assumed to be acting in good faith, basically. Failure to reasonably comply could be a deceptive act under the deceptive powers of the commission. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I mean, that's the law. Just got passed. It just got passed. So, I'm not going to be sharing that video. I think anybody that has shared the video or told anybody else how to get the video is putting themselves at liability risk for possibly criminal action. And I'm going to tell you one thing right now. I don't want to be the test case. It's a brand new law. I've already seen this brand new law type of thing being enacted in Florida. And I have absolutely no intention to be the test case. If anybody tries to go find that stuff, something I said, I'll testify against you. Now, I wanted to go see that Diddy case. Let me see. Apparently, Diddy done sued some people. That's where I went over there to Diddy Docket in the first place to see. So let's go there. Mongolian. So this is another one of people who testified against Diddy, who she's actually sued him. I forget her. Is her name Gia? What was her name? Gina? Bongolan. The proposed case schedule has been docketed and sets a tentative 5 to 7 day trial starting in May 2027. I think she was a former assistant of Diddy's. A hearing on the motion to dismiss is set for 3 days from now. Oh, let me put that in my calendar. There's a hearing for Bongolan versus Combs. Oh, that's interesting. On Thursday. June 4th. Bongolan versus Combs. Motion to dismiss hearing. Interesting. Current release date is February of 2028. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. Beyond Andrew Tate. Nope. Sean Combs. Diddy has shaved a few more weeks off his detention. His new scheduled release date is February 23rd, 2028. Okay, let me put that in my calendar. February. Diddy's release date has been updated. Look at this. 50 Cent said she's not a victim. Their son, Sire, is, can you imagine going to 8th grade to find out this is your mom? The court system in LA thinks it's fine. See, they are in a heated custody dispute, battle, whatever the case may be. And I could see it being argued that 50 Cent, and see, I'm not even going to share it here, that 50 Cent shared this to harm her. Remember, we just read that. Loss. Oops, social media users react to alleged footage of Diddy, 50 Cent's baby mama, Daphne Joy, and a male escort surfacing online. I'm side-eyeing every chick that's been with him. Don't want to be the next contestant on that 50 Cent action stream. Okay, no, guess who else has seen the film? Allegedly, just saw Diddy's freak off tapes. I'm speechless. Somebody said, I'm looking for that lawsuit that Diddy had filed against a bunch of people. Somebody had told me that there was, look, here's that guy, Sly. Remember Sly? They talked a lot about this guy. Sly Diggler talked about the tape with Diddy and 50 Cent's baby mama before it leaked today. Flashback. Look, DJ Vlad. I wouldn't say that this is could be construed as him, leaking it or under that law, just from my reading of it. Let's see. Previously. Okay. I don't see that supposed lawsuit. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Inner City Press. Shout out to him. Get ready, Illinois. The Southern District of New York has just transferred this 213-page bombshell complaint on behalf of Sean Combs, also naming as a defendant the United Nations. Big if true. Laura Taylor Swain, Chief Justice, plaintiff, has filed this 200. Oh, it's pro se. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, big if true. However, who is Laura Taylor Swain? You can't file pro se on behalf of someone else, unless you're a lawyer, and then you wouldn't be filing pro se. This guy names more than 40 defendants, including the Illinois Department of Correctional facilities in Illinois, the state attorney's office in Peoria, and the mayor of Chicago. For the following reasons, the action is transferred to the United States District Court, Central District of Illinois. I don't think this is real. Somebody even said this. I think Kadisha Lynn said this was already dismissed at one point. Plaintiff, you can't you can't just decide. Yeah, okay, Gerald. This person, I don't believe, is his lawyer. This person right here, I can look it up. But this person right here, plaintiff is a resident of Illinois, filed a 213-page pro se complaint on his own behalf and also on the behalf of Sean Combs. He names more than 40 defendants. So it could be a lawsuit for himself, but I don't believe if you're not a lawyer, you can represent someone else. That's my understanding. And also, if you are a lawyer, you have to have someone's permission to represent them. You can't just say, "Oh, I'm filing this on behalf of Diddy." I'll take a look at it offline and see. Now, I do want to talk about the Jay-Z thing, but I need to go to the bathroom. So let me just excuse myself for one moment, and then I'll be right back. Let me do my little sign. I'll put my bathroom break sign up. Okay. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's a bow on the lamp. Okay. Now, oh, wait. Hold on. Hold on. Before we get to Jay-Z, there's a theory about who leaked it. All right. Now, it's just a theory. But I want to read it to y'all. Okay. Okay. So I'll start here with this Yahoo article. This is a news article, so it is a matter of public concern. It's on yahoo.com. The internet is merciless after Diddy's voyeur role is exposed in a leaked tape. An alleged explicit tape involving, now, I mean, it does appear like two people from inside the tape have now confirmed that it is real. That's what it appears like to me. An alleged explicit tape involving Diddy has recently surfaced online. In the footage, Diddy appears as an onlooker in an intimate scene that allegedly features adult film star Sly Digger. Is it Diggler? And 50 Cent's baby's mother, Daphne Joy. This comes after DJ Vlad verified the footage to be real in a tweet. Vlad based his findings on interviews he conducted with Sly, one of the participants in the alleged tape, for his Vlad TV show. According to the December 2025, Vlad, and this is another thing, The interview with this guy came out 6 months ago. So again, I'm just curious about the timing here. Less than a month after the Take It Down Act is passed. Hello. According to the December 2025 interview, Diggler claims he was flown to a Beverly Hills hotel. He signed an NDA. What is that telling us? Reasonable expectation of privacy. Reasonable expectation of privacy if NDAs were signed before participating in the act, with Diddy as the spectator. According to DJ Vladimir, Diggler showed him the explicit video in the interview, which is similar to the recent leak. The leaked footage has led social media to roasting Diddy. Moreover, the leak further adds to the controversy surrounding the ongoing fight between Diddy and his opponent, 50 Cent, and also the ongoing fight between 50 Cent and his baby's mother, Daphne Joy. I added that part. 50 Cent previously discussed similar allegations in a 2025 Netflix documentary. The woman involved in the act has been named in a lawsuit against... the woman involved has been named in a lawsuit against the accused rap star? Who? What does that mean? Diddy has commented on the alleged leak, probably due to has not commented is probably what it means. See, this crusty article. Okay, hold on. Let me go to the theory that I saw on Twitter. So, as I have written down below on the disclaimer, this is a theory from a Twitter account. I am not accusing anyone of a crime. Everyone mentioned and not mentioned is and should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Hello. Gerald said, so who leaked it? Great question. Here's a theory. I think Diddy leaked this himself. The mind of HY has said, think about it. The only people who had this tape were Diddy, the guy who recorded it, the adult entertainer, and I don't think Daphne Joy had it. But even if she did, why would she release it out of humiliation? Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. I don't think she did. That's my opinion. I don't think she did. Vlad saw the tape. The adult entertainer didn't leak it at that time, despite having the tape and having done that interview over 5 months ago. Okay. Good point. How does this harm Diddy? Okay. We think he's even freakier than before. Actually, okay, I actually disagree with this. What I will say is, and I didn't watch the whole video. I didn't even watch even close to half of it. I probably watched a total of about 4, maybe 5 minutes of the whole 40 minutes. And that was like skipping through. It really doesn't actually make Diddy look that bad. Like, we already knew he was freaky. Okay. We already found that out. We already knew he was doing weird stuff. And the stuff that was described that he was doing in the trial was way worse than anything I personally saw with my eyes on this tape. If anything, it's like, I'm trying to be respectful because I do understand that, like, to have this type of content released is probably it's just probably humiliating for anyone involved because it's intimate moments. You thought you had an expectation of privacy. So I'm not trying to say like, oh, nobody should be mad about it. What I'm saying is, of all the weird kinks, of all the weird freaky stuff adults do consensually, of all the getting tied up, getting peed on, getting this, that on, getting all the weird, nasty that a lot of these elite do, talking about pizza and cupcakes, if you know what I mean, just nasty stuff. Of all the stuff could have been leaked, like, this is pretty, it's a pretty lady. She's naked. She's doing sexy talk. It's a good looking guy with muscles. He's naked doing sexy talk. And yeah, you know, Diddy's kind of pot bellying around in the back and telling people to put pillows away, but like, it's not that freaky on the grand scale of all the freaky things. Like, it actually just looks kind of normal, like, compared to all of the weird stuff that's been coming out about, you know, Epstein, this, that, people doing hunting parties and killing and this and that. Like, of all the things famous people could be doing, okay, he's a cuck. I mean, Adam 2216 Graham Mason does that willingly, voluntarily. That does not mean that I am saying that it should be okay. But what I'm saying is, it doesn't really make Diddy look that bad in the context of the whole celebrity world. Sure, he's a cuck. Everybody knew that. Sure, he sat in the corner and told him what to do. Everybody knew that. That's been testified to in court by many people. I mean, it don't look hot. Like, I mean, he looks so silly. He looks silly. But like, that's about it. Like, okay, so Diddy likes to watch hot people do it. So what? Like, that's kind of like, I don't really think it makes him look that bad. But the way that this theory is saying it, oh my God, TGF said Maureen Comey probably leaked it. I'm not saying Diddy did leak it. I could see how it could be humiliating too for him. I mean, everybody's making fun of his micro, you know what, but maybe that's just a way to prove harm. I never saw Diddy's you know what until that video came out. I'll say that. Oh my God, I never heard that about Tom Cruise. Ew. All of this. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Christian Lamar, exactly. Of all the things being alleged, this is like the least severe. And it is the most like, okay, it's a pretty lady and a good-looking guy. And, you know, he's an adult film star. He does this as his job. He signed NDA. Like, it's almost like for him, like a professional contract or a professional job for his profession. And Diddy's defense is even arguing this on appeal, that he was an amateur, you know what, ography producer. So I'm just saying, I don't really necessarily think it makes Diddy look the worst of all things, like Christian said. I didn't see that allegation about Tom Cruise. I really did not. I never heard that before. And I hope I never come across the autoplay of that, please. Okay. Ew. Why would he do that? Y'all heard that? That's nasty. Okay, so how does this harm Diddy? Okay, well, we think he's even freakier than before. I don't. Nothing that, I mean, and I maybe there's some stuff on that tape. You know, I didn't watch. I don't really want to see much more of it, to be honest. I don't want to see any more of it. But from what I saw, it just kind of looked like a dude being a cuck. Like, okay, like whatever. Okay, so reputationally, does it really harm him that much other than us learning he has a little, you know what, which is meaningless in the grand scheme of things? However, a visual of 50 Cent's baby's mom getting allegedly, oh, I didn't see that part. Oh, I did not see that part. Oh, man. Okay, so apparently maybe there's some, please don't comment any details, y'all. Please do not comment any details in my chat. Do not. Or you're going to go to federal prison or something. Do not. Resist the urge to do that on my platform. Go somewhere else, go to Reddit, go somewhere else and do that, because I'm not going to be letting y'all do it over here. Mods, delete any comment, please. If any mods are in here, delete any comment of any specifics being described from the video. Any comment of any specifics being described from the video. However, a visual, and if somebody keeps doing it, 3 strikes, you're out. Okay. We're not doing that over here. I'm telling y'all, I'm very serious. Some people have a kink for it, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised, somebody said, if it was Diddy leaking it, because it is kind of a mild one, all things considered, and makes, for him, from his, you know, how he looks, makes him look not that bad. He looks innocent. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of look like he's walking around like, let's put a pillow, put your head over here, from the few like moments of it that I saw. I don't even know if this is true. Also, these details, I didn't see this. I can't confirm this. And I'm telling y'all, do not go and look it up. But keep in mind, they say, wait, hold on. However, a visual of 50 Cent's baby's mother in these compromising positions is humiliating, and putting it all over the internet is one hell of a revenge. Because keep in mind, 50 Cent did take advantage of Diddy's situation in that court case to launch his documentary, and it painted Diddy as something the jury did not, as this predator. The case ended with him being convicted of transporting male, you know what, not doing anything to women. That's actually up for debate. The government is arguing that the women were victims too, but Diddy's team is arguing they were not, and it is on appeal. The case ended with him convicted. Okay. Yes, we know he was physically harming them, allegedly, but he never got charged for those things or anything involving a minor, which is what the image of Diddy surrounding the average person was before. I don't know if that's true or not either. I think this is Diddy trying to get back at 50 Cent. And even if it's not Diddy or somebody close to Diddy, he is still the one that gets the upper hand. 50 Cent is the one scrambling, pretend like he's unbothered. Okay, so that's one theory. And I told y'all this isn't necessarily my theory. Here's an alternative. What if 50 Cent leaked it? He also has motive to leak it. It also makes Diddy look bad. 50 Cent's out here talking about the micro, you know what. So the motive to leak it is not only that he has beef with Diddy. Who else you have beef with? Daphne Joy, the mother of his child. And he said it in his tweet. He said, the state of California thinks it's okay. The courts of California think it's okay. He is in a custody battle over his child. It makes Diddy look kind of bad. Although, like I said, not the worst that he could look. It makes the woman look humiliated. It humiliates her. It harms her reputation, and it brings all kinds of criticism to her. And it's a video she didn't apparently consent to even being made, much less released. However, it does hurt the son that he loves so much. Zane said, well, sure. You know, you don't think that 50 Cent did it, but he does stuff all the time that hurts his son, most likely. He's always dragging her. 50 Cent is always humiliating his son's mother online. Always. Always. He called her, you little S worker, you. He's been dragging her and re-amplifying this leak. If he didn't leak it, then why is he continuing to re-amplify it, comment on it, make fun of it? That is my point. It hurts his son to do that. Like if you have divorced parents or anybody, you know anybody with divorced parents, it hurts. It's harmful for your parents to be talking about each other and being mean to each other because you love your mom, you love your dad, even if you can criticize, some of their actions, but then take that and put it on the world stage. That hurts his son too, but he's doing it. And if it hurts his son so much that the mom is out here doing this and that and the other, then why on earth is 50 Cent re-amplifying it as a grade A celebrity on a global scale? He's re-amplifying this harmful thing, even if he didn't leak it. So who would 50 Cent get it from? Great question. Who did he get the tape of Diddy talking to his lawyer about propagandizing us and PR? 50 Cent has shown a demonstrated ability to come across and get into his possession, presumably private interactions, lawyer-client communications. Now, were they privileged? No, because there was somebody else in the room. But 50 Cent said before, and I believe, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure if Kadisha Lynn's in here, she might remember. I know Diddy Docket would remember. I'm pretty sure even at trial on the stand in her testimony, this lady said the video was shown to her ex, to her child's father. Like 50 Cent saw the video. So if he saw it before, and if the video was even shown to the likes of freaking DJ Vladimir, I could see somebody, whoever shared it with Vlad, sharing it with 50 Cent. What if 50 Cent put it out? I don't know who leaked the tape too. That's the thing. Like, not only who leaked the tape, like where was the first leak of this tape? We know we heard about it first in court, that there was a tape in Diddy's case. But then we heard again in December, 6 months ago from Sly. Yes, there is a tape. Sly apparently showed some of the tape to Vlad. Did Vlad leak the tape? I'm not saying he did. I'm just asking, like, who could have? Who do we know, or who have we been told had access to the tape? So if Sly had the tape, he sold it to a tabloid, according to Daphne Joy. So that means Sly had the tape, a tabloid had the tape. So that's two. 50 Cent apparently saw the tape somehow. That doesn't mean he had it, but maybe he saw it. Diddy, I guess, probably had the tape. Somehow the prosecutors came into possession of the tape. So I'm not even saying who originally leaked the tape to media, although I do know that we are told Sly leaked the tape to a tabloid or sold the tape to a tabloid, but the tabloid didn't put it out. But what is the first source online that actually put the tape out? So when people are saying the tape got leaked, like for example, I became aware that this tape existed probably from, one of these little hip hop .coms, but like the actual footage of the tape just came across my social media screen in like a 40-second the first thing I saw was a 40-second clip. Which publication or platform first actually had the video on it? Because I'm sure like after the first, my nose is itchy. I'm sure after the first time, like it was released, then people started downloading it and putting it elsewhere. Okay, maybe. Okay, all right. Becky has a theory. Maybe 50 Cent paid Sly for the tape. He wants that custody bad. No. Okay. Wait. Whoa. No. Whoa. Hold up. Swole up. Nobody said that. Oh no. It's Taz said, wait, let me get this straight. 50 is blackmailing his baby mama. Hell, no. Nobody said that. Absolutely not. I am trying to figure out who are the possible sources of this video and who had any reason or incentive and ability, like as in access to it. It could have been Harvey freaking Levin for all I know. I don't even know who put the tape out. Possibly it was 50 Cent. But even if 50 Cent did put the tape out, which I don't know if he did, and I'm not claiming that he did, even if he did, that's not necessarily the case that he blackmailed. What Daphne Joy alleged was blackmail was Sly. There's 3 people in that tape, in the leaked tape, okay? Diddy allegedly is one of them. Daphne Joy, who's 50 Cent's baby's mom, is one of them. And another S worker, his name is Sly. So Daphne and Sly are depicted in the video. Again, it could be fake. I don't even know if it's real, but they seem to have confirmed it's real. So Daphne and Sly are basically hooking up in the video. And it's like, from what I saw, pretty like straightforward, like other than the fact that Diddy's walking around and touching himself and arranging pillows. So it's an S tape. It's a freak off tape. And the person in it with her, so it's Diddy and this other guy, Sly. According to 50 Cent's baby's mom, 50 Cent's not in this video. According to 50 Cent's baby's mom, that guy Sly, the other guy in the video, tried to get her to pay him for the tape. She didn't pay him, and he sold it to a tabloid. I don't know if that's true, but that's according to her. So the blackmail allegation comes from her, not me, her, against Sly. There is currently outstanding absolutely no blackmail allegation at all whatsoever against 50 Cent. What I am concerned about for 50 Cent is how he's behaving now that the tape has been leaked. I'm not saying nothing about blackmail, and be very clear, because this is how people get sued. This is how content creators get sued, because people like It's Taz come in. I know you're not doing it on purpose, but I got to stop and defend myself, because people absolutely, it's like, I know y'all are doing 150 other things. You come back in, you hear the word blackmail, you go do something else, you come back in, you hear the word 50 Cent, and now it's like, whoa, let me get this straight. You're accusing 50 Cent of blackmail? No, fuck no. I'm absolutely not. Okay, I'm going to be very clear. I ain't getting sued over something y'all say in my comments, tell you that. I ain't saying 50 Cent blackmailed anybody. The time that blackmail came out of somebody's mouth was Daphne Joy saying she got blackmailed by Sly. Nothing to do with 50 Cent. We all clear? Put a 5 in the chat if we're clear. And yeah, no, you're welcome. Absolutely nothing against anybody, who's commenting. I know y'all got other stuff going on, but I'm not getting sued behind some comments because y'all ain't listening to what I'm saying. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Sweat by the Sea said, I'm a professional house sitter and I put you in everybody's YouTube algorithm on their TVs. Somebody said, I wouldn't rule out Jay-Z either. Could be. He wants the current bad spotlight off him. Drake got him good. Jay-Z hates 50 Cent, wants to be separated from the whole Diddy saga. Maybe a deflection thing. Could be. Well, let's take a step back. Zane said, and think about who gains the most. Okay, yeah, good question. Who gains the most from releasing the tape? If 50 Cent did it and it's discovered, wouldn't this weaken his custody case? Yes. But let's do this. Who gains the most? Even if it would, if he gets found out, right? If, that big if. If he did it and it's discovered, wouldn't it weaken his custody case? Perhaps. I could see how it could weaken it. But if he doesn't get caught, wouldn't it strengthen the custody case, especially if he could get the 8th grade child that they have together to say, I'm so embarrassed and humiliated, or whatever. Diddy, I don't really think gains very much from it being released. TMZ, who I believe is the one who has the tabloid, who has the tape, I don't see what they would benefit from releasing the tape. They already, are out their money, and they didn't post it on their thing. I'm just thinking, I'm going through the list of people who could possibly have the tape. I don't think Daphne released the tape. I don't think she gains very much, unless you kind of like really attenuate a situation where like she's trying to make it seem like she's being blackmailed or something, but that would be so convoluted. Diddy, I don't think gains very much from this tape coming out. I mean, despite the fact that it doesn't make him look the worst he could look, it's still embarrassing. Sly could be a possible culprit. He could gain a lot. I mean, people are probably typing his name in the algorithm again. People are probably going to his OF or his whatever. And he looks the best out of everyone in the video, I would say, just because of sexism and the fact that he already, willingly does this stuff. He's already admitted to doing it. He's already done interviews about it. DJ Vlad also could possibly have something to gain here. And I'm not saying that he did release anything or even that he has the tape, but he could have something to gain. And he has admitted to seeing the tape before, because now everybody's saying, oh, DJ Vlad confirmed it. And now people are going back to that video from December 2025. Out of all those people, the person who I think gains the most from releasing it on a, averages is Sly. He's already made money off of it. Why not get a little more notoriety? Second most to gain, I think, would be 50 Cent. My opinion. In the custody battle, also makes Diddy look kind of bad, makes his baby mama look kind of bad, who he doesn't like. And I think he had the means to get the tape. I even think somebody could have sought him out to give him the tape for free. Who else has the most to gain here? So what did I say? And then third would be Sly. So I think the person who had the most to gain, who has confirmed to have seen the video, Vlad. The next would, because he's not in it, he's not implicated, he gets views, he gets attention, clicks, whatever. After him, I think it would be 50 Cent. After him, I think it would be Sly, because he still is in the tape, but then he gets, clicks, etc. Then after that, I think Diddy, and then after that, Daphne. So far, TMZ, I don't think gains anything from someone else releasing the tape. They didn't release it; they're already out the money. If that's the tabloid. Agreed on Sly and 50. And my opinion, I'm just kind of like thinking out loud here. Just a means to enact more censorship, most likely. I don't think it really is supposed to be helping victims, but I hope it gets used that way. Waymo abuser said, I'm not sure what people are talking about. You can't even see anything on that tape. I did not look too close. I'll tell you that. Okay, true. What do the powers that be, aka the feds, have to gain from this? Excellent point. I didn't factor in that they could have released it. Yeah, the White House could have released that shit. Somebody who wants to protect actual predators could have released it to say, see, we need to protect victims, when really that's not even their intention. This law doesn't apply to federal agencies. Did y'all see that? There's an exception for federal agencies. The CIA could have propagandized and put this out. So maybe they have the most to gain, because it does take away a lot of our rights to talk about issues of public concern. True. I put them in the top 3 as well. I don't know how the tape being out alone would help 50 in a custody battle. The way my brain works, she don't look bad, just like a victim, but the court could see it differently, I guess. Yeah, I think there's kind of two battlefields between 50 Cent and Daphne. I think one of them is in the court. Maybe three. We'll say three battlefields. One in court. One, and possibly the most important to both parties, is the opinion of the child. You know, again, if you ever had divorced parents, if you ever been around people with divorced parents, to varying degrees, it can get pretty testy, you know? And the parent the dad wants you to think he's the cool parent. The mom wants you to think they basically want you to like them more. And they want you to hate the other parent, especially because they're in their own relationship. And they're basically, I mean, a lot of times end up using the kids against each other. So that's another battlefield, right? Just like the actual mind and opinion of the child. Now, that never works out well for anyone, not the parents, not the child. Everyone gets traumatized when that happens. However, it does happen. So there's the actual court custody battle, Brittany. And then there's the inside their home battle. And then there's the media battle. I think Battlefield 2 and 3 would help 50 Cent more for the tape to be out because it humiliates her. It helps him get a hand up. And I do see what you're saying. Like, you don't see her as being humiliated, but she has explicitly stated she's humiliated by it. She has explicitly stated that she's heartbroken by it. And it took her all day to even work up the courage to even see. So to me, the fact she said that, I believe her. I believe that she's embarrassed by it. I see what you're saying, though. She shouldn't be. And that's probably true. She shouldn't be. I think she looks, at best, neutral. Like, it doesn't present any new information that I didn't already hear in court from the few minutes I saw. But she has stated specifically and explicitly it harms her. And 50 Cent has stated explicitly it's embarrassing to their son. So I think on those two battlefields, it's more so, I would agree with you, an upper hand than the actual custody case. But I did bring that up because 50 Cent, we're talking about motivations. And 50 Cent is the one who said, think about how embarrassing this would be for Sire, but yet the court doesn't care. So the fact he said it made me kind of think, custody battle. But a custody battle very often ends up coming down to what's in the best interest of the child. And if the child don't want to live with one parent because they're, don't want to get dropped off by them at the carpool line because all their kids have seen their friends have seen the tape or whatever, I could just see anything being used and ratcheted in a custody battle because family court is just diabolical. But I do agree that, in and of itself, is a judge going to be like, okay, you had a tape leaked of you, you're a victim of a crime, and so that means you shouldn't have custody? No, I don't necessarily think that. You can't really make out that it's her. I'm not going to get into details. Like I already said, this video is not supposed to be talking about details. I don't know if you were in here when I said that earlier. This video is not to discuss the specific details of that video. If y'all want to do that, go somewhere else and get convicted of a crime if you want to. I'm not doing that. We'll agree to disagree, though. It does pretty obviously look like her. And she also came out and said that it was her. So, y'all can speculate all day long if you want to, but go do it somewhere else. That's going to be your strike one, too. Don't do that again. Oh, a psychic said that it is Diddy trying to send that there's 2 or 3 more that are gonna come out with different people in it. Okay. And he said the kid's in 8th grade. And I've heard before that once a kid, it just varies by state and stuff like that. But once a child is like, 12, 13 years old, the judge will at least ask them, like, who do you want to live with? And if he's going to 8th grade, that means next year he's going to 9th grade. That means he's about to be in high school. So a whole new school, a whole new set of friends, a whole new world. I could see 50 Cent trying to angle for kind of, sometimes you'll go with the dad and the dad brings you to the mall and get ice cream and to the movies and like tries to be like, oh, don't you want to live with me? Like, I don't think for sure that's what's going on. I don't know these people, but I could see 50 Cent maybe like trying to angle like, oh my God, your mom's so embarrassing. Oh my God, come to my house. I don't know. If he shared that video himself, it would make him look bad. And possibly get him tried. We're living in a world where 20 years ago, this kind of tape would launch the career of somebody. But now the tides have turned because we're more critical of the powers that be. Yes, and there is a massive, massive, massive difference between this and what we're being told about this tape and those tapes of 20 years ago. Because what we were being told about the Kim Kardashian tape at the time was that it wasn't consensual to release the tape. However, what we're now being told in court documents is Ray J is saying, oh, yes, she knew it was coming out. She agreed to it coming out. It was consensual for it coming out. And that's why it launched her career. She could act and pretend all day long like she didn't want it coming out. She didn't know it was coming out. She knew it was coming out. Here, we're still being told that it was not consensual. She didn't even know it was being filmed. The fact that she was caught on camera doing it, she didn't even know. So people were saying earlier the consent is the biggest context difference. That's what I would say here. So Brittany said, if they find out 50 Cent is the leaker, oh, his custody case is absolutely it's gonna be bad if they find that out. Mm-hmm. Who was recording the S tape? I figured the camera was on a tripod. That's what I mean. We're more critical now. We're being told because we know it's a lie to start with most of the time. Exactly. In this particular case, I do believe that she did not consent to this tape being put all over social media. That's just my current belief. I do know that it's possible she could have known, but I believe she might have consented to the act. I believe she even may have consented to being recorded in the act from time to time. Maybe not on that tape, but at least from time to time. I believe she knew at least she was being recorded and didn't say no. Is that the same thing as consent? Perhaps not. But I do believe her that she didn't agree to this getting leaked on the internet. I believe her. They're saying Kim's mom was recording. I don't know if that's true or not. Okay, let's move on to the Jay-Z. Let's move on to the Jay-Z stuff. Okay. Girl, he's out here. He came after Nicki Minaj. I think he came after DJ Academics. He said Jaguar Wright's name. Okay, let's go to Entertainment Weekly. I'll do that article. Okay. So Jay-Z tears into Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, Nicki Minaj, and Drake during Freestyle at Roots picnic. Now, I do have a whole investigation underway on the lace front allegations, okay? But I just want to point out that he's done brushed out the locks or perhaps changed his wig. I don't know. The rap legend reminded the world. Girl, I can't even read this with a straight face. He sounded so stupid to me. It was so cringe. Commanded performances, no church in the wild. Okay. Jay-Z delivered a stunning comeback performance. Tell me Jay-Z paid for an article getting published without telling me. I mean, that's just my opinion. Obviously, I have no idea who's behind this article being published, but it's already so slanted in the direction of it in favor of Jay-Z when it was so clearly, obviously, so embarrassing and cringe what he did up there. It sounded so stupid. That's my opinion. It is my true opinion. I'll give people credit where it's due. I just don't understand it. I don't understand the Jay-Z hype at all. In the least. Not even in the least. Never have. Never have. He delivered some of his cinematic hits. Beyonce also came out and, Mr. Beyonce, womp, and delivered searing shots at contemporaries, including Kanye, Nicki, and Drake. The legendary rapper returned to the stage with a different wig, hairstyle, on Saturday, setting the bar for his contemporaries. Oh, they shouldn't put this out there like that. Kanye West and Nicki Minaj can rap and actually freestyle circles and circles and circles around this man. They should not be challenging them like this. Nicki Minaj could have something out tomorrow that will absolutely scorch the entire planet Earth around 2 times with this man's lace front. She's the one who started the lace front allegations. The group actually, so the Roots backed the rapper Sean Carter on stage, accompanying him throughout cinematic renditions of some of his biggest hits. But Saturday's performance at the Belmont Plateau in Philadelphia has garnered even more wide-eyed attention for the new material Jay-Z tested out with no music. And I mean, frankly, not very much talent, if you ask me. Much of it cut barbs, no pun intended, for the likes of Kanye, Nicki Minaj, Drake, all of whom he has collaborated with in the past. Jay-Z opened his set with Hovey Baby, the Roots blaring brass behind him. It was a no-holds-barred freestyle that followed. Jay-Z had harsh words not only for Ye, Minaj, Drake, and his Rockefeller Records co-founder Dame Dash, but also Tory Lanez. Oh, I missed that. I missed the Tory Lanez bar. The rapper who is currently serving prison time after being found guilty of pew-pewing Meg Thee Stallion, who was a Roc Nation artist. Tory's father. Oh my God, he went after Tory's dad, Sunstar, Daystar. Everybody got straights. Videos posted by Roc Nation and attendees of the festival show Jay-Z taking aim at Drake, who recently dissed him on several songs from one of his 3 recent albums. Iceman, quote, "We know how you OGs rockin'. Already my beep. The jig is up." Drake rapped on, "Janice, shut the beep up." Wait, isn't Janice Diddy's mom's name? This prompted Jay-Z to counter on Saturday. "The jig is up. Beep. I'm up 10. Wrong chart, champ. Beep. Looked up to Hove. I never looked up to them." Okay. One thing my nose is so itchy. One thing I definitely do not appreciate or like about Jay-Z and his music is how he's always comparing himself to God. Like, no, I'm sorry. I'm just so sorry. No, you're not Hove. You're not Jehovah. You're not Jesus Carter. He was like, I prayed for 40 days and then the only thing has happened is I got a bunch of jewelry. No, that Tisa Tell said it, like, I don't like this capitalist God prayer. I prayed to God and I got rich. Because a lot of people praise to God every day and don't get rich. A lot of the best people in the world never get rich and bad things happen to them. So just because you're rich ain't because you prayed 40 days, 40 nights. It's actually just based on the laws of the universe, a lot more likely that if you're doing bad things and you still got rich, you got something else coming, equal or opposite reaction down the pipe. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules. I just learned them. As for Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z went for the jugular. His diss focused on Anaconda. I'm sorry, on the Anaconda's rapper's controversial relationship with her husband. Ooh, he did. He did do some low blows on this one. He has been convicted of attempted R in the first degree in 1995 after assaulting a 16-year-old girl. This is the quote. "That lady back on that stuff. She sounds like she's in love with him. Her kin can't even pick their kid. Enough of them." So he was about to say can't even pick their kid up from the school because probably he can't go to the school or something. He's trying to imply he's like a registered offender. "A rapper can't be my op. I got MAGA Republicans." I'm like, okay, hold on. Shots fired at Nicki. Okay, fine. Desiree Perez, the CEO of Roc Nation, she got pardoned by the king of the MAGA Republicans. She got a pardon from Donald Trump. So I wouldn't be throwing stones from your glass house, buddy. Okay. The MAGA Republicans are quite literally in the room with you. All right. Not only that, Desiree Perez has been seen at a table with Ivanka and Jared Kushner. Don't even get me started over there. Okay. So let's not pot call kettle, all right? Because yes, absolutely, Nicki Minaj has her little MAGA Barbie thing going on, which absolutely I do not approve of or condone. But I mean, people are allowed to have political preferences if they want to. Desiree Perez got pardoned by Donald Trump, so let's not forget about that. Hove. Finally, Jay-Z brought the heat to Kanye's doorstep. The musician and multi-hyphenate, who previously performed under his birth name, Kanye West, was Jay-Z's closest collaborator among his targets from Saturday's performance. The pair's creative partnership stretches all the way back to the early 2000s when Jay-Z jumped on Kanye's Never Let Me Down and culminated in the 2011 collaborative album Watch the Throne. But Ye has mired himself in the thicket of controversy over the past few years, issuing an apology in January for his history of hurtful statements, actions, particularly those directed at Jewish people. At the Roots picnic, Jay-Z seemingly addressed Kanye's erratic behavior by rapping, "You're no maniac. Watch how sane he act in my presence. Y'all thugs with y'all thumbs again. Everybody think they one's insane." Okay. Now, I think it was Poetic Flacco who said this, and Broken Clock something. I actually agree with him. He said, it's all fine and good and cute and dandy that now Sean Jay-Z Carter wants to come out and take shots at Kanye West. He wasn't taking them shots when Kanye West was on his, campaign. No. Kanye West is very obviously, from the public perception and opinion, back on his meds. He's back on his medications, and he is now very well under control. He's issued his apologies. He ain't doing Heil you-know-who music videos right now. And so very easy now in retrospect to kick a man while he's medicated. But I want you to keep that same energy for the inevitable next time Kanye West starts coming around and taking shots and making shots and this and that. I'll just say that. I actually agree with what Poetic Flacco had said. What else do I have on here? Or when Adidas and Balenciaga dropped him, celebs don't usually jump ship or do something without an ulterior motive for them. I do think that, Jay-Z has legitimate reason to want to rehabilitate his reputation. He has taken quite a reputational hit, albeit nowhere near as bad of a reputational hit as Diddy has. Diddy has completely fallen from grace. He has no more billionaire status. He's still getting sued. He's got he's still got civil cases stacked up, piled up. Both of Diddy and Jay-Z have similar ops, which are Tony Busby, and Jay-Z had faced allegations from a Jane Doe. I do think he did a fairly good job with the help of his attorney, Alex Spiro, with the help of, in my opinion, Mockingbird shill Chloe Mayloss, who will do don't care about nothing but what the checks say. Chloe Mayloss, I think, don't care about nothing but what the checks say and what the bosses say, and she'll do anything. She'll say anything for them people. That's my opinion. So I think that Jay-Z did do a pretty good cleanup job of that Jane Doe lawsuit. It did get dismissed, and not dismissed. Was it voluntarily dismissed? Like the lawsuit got withdrawn. Recently, apparently, also, Jay-Z was able to get the case moved from Texas, with Tony Busby and Jay-Z are in a case against each other. He was able to get the case moved from Texas to New York. And so I think, and Tisa Tell said this as well, I think that Jay-Z might be trying to go on a reputation rehab run for this lawsuit, to kind of start, I don't know, my opinion, maybe perhaps getting word out to potential possible jurors, although innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying he's doing this for sure, but Tisa Tell's kind of implied it, and I think she might be onto something. Jay-Z hasn't really spoken too much in his own defense, except that one little softball interview he did with, what was it, GQ or whatever, with that little person nobody ever heard of. And so Jay-Z has Abramovich putting spells on people. Well, I mean, that witch's spells only work on some people. I'll tell you that. Coming at Drake, Kanye, and Nicki, they're going to have all the fans hating Jay-Z. I mean, that's another one. Jay-Z is washed and he knows it. Sloan Bella said he's going down. And I think this is damage control, Zane said, an attempt to get the money pumping that he's losing. Could be, could be. Jay-Z is a warlock. Well, I rebuke. I rebuke. I rebuke. I rebuke. Oh, they're cousins? I don't know about all that. Anyway, I'm tired as hell. I've been on here almost 5 hours, so I'm gonna go. But yeah, that was my video for today. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships, and I'll be back. I'll be back with the next one. That's all I really had for today. Meantime, facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions, and everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Please do not go and try to find any videos that could get you in trouble for crimes. Okay, love you, Mina K. Bye.